Good morning, everyone. Good very morning. In fact, good Sunday morning. How is everyone doing? Hoping everyone's well. Good morning, good morning. Wishing everyone a very good morning to all joining us from all across the world. Who do we have first? Hansela. Hansela says, I am ready. Yeah, here you go. We are ready for the stream. We are ready for the live show. And welcome to all joining us. Grump says, yabba dabba doo, a live stream for you. That rhymes. That is lovely, Grump. Thank you very much. Thank you. Nice to see you, Grump, out here on the stream. Really appreciate it. How are you doing? Hope you're having a great time. A great weekend. Hey, morning, AvGeek. Welcome back. Nice to see you. How have you been? How was your Saturday night? AvGeek says, of course, right as you go live, I have to head into the city. No idea if I'll be back. Not a problem, mates. Not a problem. Have a good time in the city. Enjoy yourself. As you know, we always keep streaming around here and there. So maybe, if not today's live show, of course, there's always another one for you. Thank you very much for joining. But yeah, have a good time. Have a wonderful time out there in the city. I'm sure you're going to enjoy. Yeah, do whatever you have to. Take time for yourself, do whatever it is, and yeah, that's about it, I would say. Good morning, good morning, good morning to all joining us. Good very evening to all our viewers from the North American continent, that is the United States, Canada, Mexico. Good evening to all of our South American viewers. At the same time, yeah, almost sleeping time for our European viewers, so good night and thanks for joining us. Thanks for joining us just before you'll go to bed, and wishing everyone a very good morning to all our Japanese viewers, Indian viewers, viewers from the Middle East, UAE, Qatar, Bahrain. Good morning to our viewers from Singapore, Vietnam, China. Good morning to all of our viewers from the good old mighty Australia. We cannot forget our hometown, our home viewers. Thank you very much to all joining us. Welcome. We have started at what time? Yeah, we are quite late actually to start at this time, but no, that's how it is. The visibility is not the greatest as of now, but we are still happy to bring all of this action to you.
Well, 60 base clearing up now, they'll push along the way. 1286, New Zealand 110 here. Korean 402, stand by.
Stand by, Korean 402.
1448, firm. Just our 408 ground base, 2 push back.
That is China Eastern from Shanghai on the A350.
Sunday, Cape Alpha 2 and then first Juliet.
Alpha 2 and left to Juliet, Chinese. Northwest 61. Taxi Golf and Alpha.
Air course, then hold shuttle for Alpha and Air 402.
Cathay 12. Taxi right on Yankee, give way to Korean Golf, and then on Golf, Alpha. Then give way to Korean Golf, Golf Alpha. Good morning, One Sydney ground, parking bay 37, the occupied, taxi Juliet.
8:31 a.m. right now. As you all know, we are usually in the lull period from just before 8 o'clock. But that's totally fine because we won't be too long in that lull period. Let's say another half an hour or so, and we should be good to go.
Delta, thank you. Going 203 Delta, cross runway 25, taxi, holding point Bravo 10, before left.
Yeah, good morning to all joining us. Just waiting for a bit of action out here at Sydney Airport.
On Bravo 10, contact tower 24.7.
Above 1000, you do November line.
Charlie November, high departures, g'day, short delay for your clearance, remain at long range.
Let us pan around.
Grant, contact
There you are.
121.7.
Getting some planes, and that is what we are here for. Get quite a lot of them, whatever we can, and should be good, should be super good. Adelaide to Sydney service. I'm glad we will be capturing Emirates EK412 because we thought that we would be a bit late. As you know, we were supposed to start at 9, which in fact that's the case regardless, because even though we have already started streaming, most of that action does happen about that time as well. So yeah, what I really didn't want to miss is Emirates service to Christchurch, because that's the service that we get to see the rotation quite early. Because I've mentioned that many times, they are quite light on fuel in terms of passenger numbers as well as in terms of luggage. So, it really helps. We get a very good view of it, and I'm glad we can do it today. Hey, Andrew, welcome. Good morning, and welcome once again. Thanks for joining us this morning. How good is that? Nice to see you, mates. Really appreciate it you joining us this early in the morning.
That's the holding point at 4 runway 342. When ready, contact tower 10, decimal 5, clearing and photo 2.
Alright, the next heavy to arrive, QF60, Tokyo Haneda to Sydney on the Airbus A330-800 of Qantas. Will be a while because we do have, I think, a couple of light arrivals. Melbourne to Sydney service, JQ502. We should be able to see them. Let us see if we can pan around. Oh wow, they're right around the corner. Alright, KE4 Sydney to Seoul engine on the Boeing 787-10. They have begun texting. I can see them on my left. Not too sure if we should pan around or get the touchdown. We might as well just get the touchdown of Melbourne to Sydney service and then have a look at Korean Air.
For the font retrieve.
Morning. Wishing everyone a very good morning.
Thank you. Star 761, taxi to 49. 49, Healing 20 Delta ground, taxi the Gulf.
That's a wonderful one, and as we pan around, when we get Korean Air on the screen, we will focus our attention on them. There you go. The mighty 787-10 Dreamliner with the good old Pepsi livery, which a lot of people keep saying that they love it. That includes me as well, but this is not to say that I don't like the new livery. It has grown on me, I would say. Having said that, I think we got a few questions where we were asked why are these planes still with the older livery, and my answer to that was, most of those planes are quite new. In fact, one of the 787-10s is just about 2 years old. We haven't checked the rego on that one. Let us have a look at the rego of this aircraft and see how old this one is. What is it? Oh, A350-800 August of 2024. That is just 1 year and 11 months old. So you see, this one is not even 2 years old. This is what I was talking about the other day. So we have quite a lot of these planes that were delivered to Korean Air with that old livery, which was current at the time. So you would expect to have that livery on Korean Air 787 Dreamliners for quite some time, because there's literally no way they're going to be pulling out just for a paint job as such. So we would have to wait for them to go get some services and stuff like that, and that's when we get to see a newer one. But for now, it's all good. Let us enjoy, and especially people who just can't get their heads over the new current livery, there's plenty of time for them to enjoy with the older previous livery as such.
Cape at Bravo 1. The wind 0 degrees 6 knots from A340.
Vacating Bravo 1. Sydney ground.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning to all joining us from all across the world. Thank you. Thanks for joining us. I hope you all are having a great weekend.
507, contact number 7125, dash 40. 250, dash 507, going to 203 Delta, turn left, heading 210.
That's 210.
QF60, Tokyo Haneda to Sydney service, right on screen. That's the Airbus A330-800 of Qantas. Registered as VHQPC.
Combo 280, cancel level restriction 4650 knots.
Korean Air 2, line up, runway 34 left.
Line up, runway 34 left.
We'll be able to get you in.
Thank you very much. Looking forward to Charlie November Pulse.
Qantas 643, cross runway 5, hold a short runway 34 left. Queuing 20, short runway 25. That's a clear direct to Pixie, climb 25.
It was a nice quiet arrival, I would say. Alright, KE42, let's capture its departure. Hopefully we can get the rotation. As they rotate, I think they'll just be about to rotate or may have just rotated, but we don't really get to see much of the action as they move up. But yeah, let us see how that one works out.
Qantas 643, contact ground.
Hey, good morning, Blick. Good morning. How are you? And welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining us. Really appreciate you joining us this early in the morning. Thank you. Hope you're having a great start to the weekend. I mean, great start to Sunday. We're already halfway through the weekend. Yeah, but thanks so much, mates. Really appreciate it. We'll be catching a lot more of that Qantas A380s and A330s, and I do believe Boeing 737s as well. Let us see how things work out for today. Seems to be a promising day with all of the departures and arrivals. Yeah, it's been a while since we last had those special livery days where there was a single day when we would end up getting almost all of those special liveries. Not one of those days today. We do have JL52 Tokyo Haneda service, which will be departing. They are with the One World livery today, so it'll be fun. Good morning, Miss Aussie Thunder. Welcome back to the stream. Thank you very much for joining us. Hope you're doing well and have a great Sunday. Once again, thank you, Miss Aussie Thunder, for joining us. Miss Aussie Thunder is a supersonic member on the channel, the topmost tier of the memberships out here. And Miss Aussie Thunder has been a great supporter for quite some time now on our channel, and we really appreciate the presence.
Red Whiskey on up cross runway 34 left, tow Bravo 2 for Charlie. So.
No problem, Miss Aussie Thunder, no problem at all. Alrighty, just about 8:43 a.m. We are about to get all of those heavy departures now. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the live stream. Welcome to the live show. Thank you very much for joining us.
Climb 280. Direct optic, climb flight 280, velocity 163.
Let us go to flight radar and check what do we have in departures. I do believe we have quite a bit, but they seem to be delayed, I believe.
13235, velocity 509. Break, Red Whiskey, hold short of Charlie.
Yeah, indeed. So Emirates is delayed until 9:20. That's going to be quite some time. But that's okay. We will be here, hopefully. And as long as it doesn't rain, everything works well. You know, the rain is the main thing. Causes quite a bit of issues. But if there's no rain, we should be good to go. Now, once again, having said that, it's not the best in terms of visibility today. It's slightly a bit foggy, I would say.
Traffic is going to reverse back into Qantas, toe to Qantas West. West. Sydney UNH is 1031, cleared Harbour Scenic.
Cleared Harbour Scenic, Charlie November Papa, thank you.
Charlie November Papa, confirming Sydney UNH 1031.
UNH 1031, Charlie November Papa, thank you.
Departures, good morning, Jetstar 408, passing 2,500 for 5,000.
The 408 departures identified, cancel speed restrictions, maintain 5,000 traffic above.
Cancel speed, maintain 5,000, thanks, Jetstar 408.
Train Air 402, contact approach 135, decimal 9er. 135, that's 102.
We came here for the heavies and we get the lights. Virgin Australia.
Bay 14.
43, runway 340, takeoff.
Second highway, close. A220 Grand Cadet Bay 40, put drift. Alpha Center 125, decimal 0.
Alrighty, there you go. Let's capture this departure. Waiting for the rotation QF 643 Sydney to Perth.
Flight level 280, jet 408.
408, clear direct to Gander.
Direct Gander, thank you, jet 408.
Velocity 163, contact Brisbane Center 128, decimal 6. 286, velocity 163.
Yes, that is what we wanted. A rotation. Of course, it's on an A321, but we'll be getting quite a lot of them today. So wait and watch. Stay tuned. We see nothing on this side as far as we can see. Yeah, all we know is let me see if I can get them. Yeah.
Any estimates at the moment? Contact operations, they might be able to give you.
Quite a lot of seagulls today. I think there was one. There you go.
Bravo. Whenever proposed traffic, this will be a flypast today. Flypast regional track towards Burley, name 1500. Again, forward Charlie November Papa. Charlie November Papa, due traffic once passing the bridge track direct to Manly. Looking for traffic, track direct to Manly, on the 2 orbits, Charlie November Papa. Charlie November Papa negative, after you've made turn to the left now, track direct to Manly. Turn left, track direct Manly, Charlie November Papa. Keeling 20 Delta, climb to level 180.
Climb 180, Keeling 20 Delta.
Velocity 20, hold short Charlie. Team 03, follow a jet.
Jet 408, honor.
Just our 515, 225, hold short Sierra, number 1. Contact departures 118.4.
Okay, DL40. That is Delta 40 to Los Angeles is just pushing back. We will get them. We're going to take a while though before they do end up in front of us. Sydney to Noumea service QF91, they will just be pushing back as well on the Boeing 737-800. Let us check the age of the aircraft. That aircraft is 18 years old. Yeah, still have a bit of life in them left.
Tracking direct Manly, request descent to join sector 1 southbound. Charlie November, maintain 1500, expect that east of Manly coast. Maintain 1500, expect east of the coast, Charlie November, Papa.
Hey Blick, all good, mates. Enjoy your dinner. Have a wonderful dinner, a nice comforting meal. I'm pretty sure you're going to enjoy. Good morning, Blue the Horse. Wishing you a very, very good morning. Thanks for joining us today.
A320, cross runway 25, hold short 2.
Yeah, totally quiet.
Control services identification terminated. Once your E6 goes, you send you to Victor 1.
And the center of the screen, we will be getting some action. Yay. QF 507 Brisbane to Sydney. They're quite far out actually.
So go Alpha to Bay 5.
Hey, Blue the Horse. Yes, we do have A380s coming in. We have Singapore Airlines that will come in as SQ231, and that is, I think, in just about an hour or slightly about an hour from now. But in less than 30 minutes from now, we will have Emirates EK412 departing to Christchurch. So yes, we'll be able to see them taxiing and taking off. Yeah, as long as the runways are not switched from runway 34. What is at this very moment? So yeah, let's see. We will be having the departure of the A380 as well of Singapore Airlines, but that is quite late in the day. I would say somewhere around 11:20, 11:30. Good morning, Mick. Good morning. How are you, Mick? Hoping everything's well. Mick says, watching in from Cairns. Woohoo! That's nice. Very nice. Thanks, Mick, for joining the live show today. Really appreciate it. And we hope we can keep you entertained, like how I always say. We hope we can keep you entertained. We do need a bit of those heavy action right now. To begin with, yeah, we started off in a lull and that's how it is. But yeah, for the most part, we should be getting that action. And once it begins, usually by around late morning is when it will be super, super, super busy.
Maintain 5,000 traffic above. Cancel speed, maintain 5,000, quantum 56.
Having said that, I forgot to mention about Emirates. Yeah, so Blue the Horse. Usually Emirates would have already departed by this time of the day. It's almost 9 a.m., 8:56 a.m. to be precise. But they are delayed today, so they'll be departing at 9:20. I do believe by the time they push back, it's going to be 9:20 or just, thereabouts. So let's say we can realistically expect them to be on that takeoff roll around 9:30 odd. Let us see. That is a little over 34 minutes from now. But I'm glad we at least don't miss out on them, because usually the service to Christchurch rotates quite early. I mentioned it very many times, and we are always excited to see that one.
it's 9 information Romeo request.
It's 91, taxi via Golf and hold runway 34 left.
Golf, hold short, runway 34 left.
Minus 143, scenic way to company outbound, base 36, approved.
I'll be giving way to the Alpha 280. Alright, that's level 280, Qantas 57. You can cancel level restrictions. Cancel level restrictions, Qantas 57. Alright, that's 48.
Yeah, all of the action is on runway 34 right and nothing here on 34 left. JL52 Sydney to Tokyo Haneda service, they are almost about to finish off with their pushback. That does mean we will get to see them pretty soon. The One World livery of Japan Airlines.
Ground 121.7.
The Boeing 787-9. I'm glad they got their 787-9 today, because usually the last couple of months we've just been looking at their 787-8s, the baby Dreamliner. But today it'll be nice to capture them.
Charlie, hold short, runway 25. It's 925, taxi, hold short, Charlie. Cool, Julia, give way, bound 73, preposition 4 is approved, report clear.
Rick 66, 227, target 8 knots, remain 340.
507, cross runway, taxi, man.
Right, we have a message from Lot. Hey Lot, good morning. Thank you very much. Thanks for joining us on the stream. Lot says, thanks for the morning stream. No worries at all, Lot. We are always excited and happy to get as many streams as we can on days we are available. And here you are. We've got that. Just yesterday we said that we wouldn't be streaming today, and we thought that we would stream probably on Tuesday or Wednesday, but we just thought you never really know, because sometimes we plan to do it on a Tuesday, Wednesday, and then we end up getting quite busy. So we thought we might as well do it today, considering the fact that we were a bit free today. So happy to bring all of this action to you all. Hope you're going to have a great time, Lot, out here with us.
25, number 1 is traffic on Charlie, cross 25, hold short here. Hello, Virgin at Golf, hold short, runway 25. QE 102 Delta, follow Virgin at hold short, runway 25. 1 is 425 ground, company's inbound for 5. 1, push approved. 1 is 91 on Bravo 10, contact 124.7 today. On Bravo 10, 124.7. Killing 102 Delta, cross 5, hold short Sierra.
It's coming from Wagga Wagga. Always nice to see Rex around here and there.
132.35.
Yeah, having said that, we aren't at Shep's Mound, because if we were at Shep's Mound, we would see quite a lot of them just taxiing past right in front of us, being nice and noisy. Hopefully we'll get back to Shep's Mound in one of our next streams, whenever that is. We would have loved to be there today as well, but the very fact that we came here yesterday and it seemed to be a good enough thing, and you know, we used to be here quite often, but yesterday we came here after a little over 2 months. We thought, just for a change, we'll be out here.
Right there, 15. There's more on that, it's faster today.
That is JQ48 that's coming in from Seoul Incheon. They'll be arriving on runway 34 right. So yeah, we will not get a good look at them just because they're so far off, but that does mean that we will be able to see them taxiing in front of us if they cross the active runway 34L and then come towards us. Let us see. Oh my goodness. Too much of noise today, come on. And there's 3 of them now.
Corner 143 ground, good day. On Gulf, cross runway 34 left, tech, hold short runway 25.
Oh, that's my mother. My mother says, good morning, son. Good morning, mother. I hope you're doing well. And we have JQ48 landing on runway 34 right. Good morning, Jonathan. Wishing you a very good morning. Thanks for joining us yet again. Yeah, as you all can see, it's not the best of the visibility because we have a bit of that haziness, I would say. Hopefully it clears off. But for now, yes, it does affect the visibility and our visuals as well. Else, it does seem to be a nice day, no rain, and you know, everything should be good. But we won't complain because there have been times it's been raining and we weren't even able to stream. There have been times we have had to end our show and then just set up 5 minutes later and come back again, because that is how the rain plays around with us. Good morning, ACKL. I do believe that stands for Auckland, if I'm not wrong. Good morning. Thank you very much for joining.
Runway 34 left.
And we are about to also get the Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner of all Nippon Airways coming in from Tokyo Haneda. NH879. They're still far out at Hornsby, so going to be a bit of time because they will be coming and aligning on to runway 34 left for the most part, unless they are assigned runway 34 right.
That's 143 on Bravo 10, contact tower 124.7, good day. Bravo 10 for the tower 124, 143 here.
Seems like we are in some sort of forest. We can just hear the birds. But we want to hear those metal birds, the metal birds roaring. And it's not too long before we get them. Alright, JL52, Sydney to Tokyo Haneda. They have begun their taxi and will be right in front of us in the next minute, I would say. Or maybe less than a minute, but that's alright. Until then, we'll just capture Jetstar. That's JQ48 that's coming from Seoul Incheon. And good morning once again to everyone, to all those who have just joined us and who are not part of yesterday's stream. Just want to let you all know that we will be going to Western Sydney Airport a couple of more times. The first time was day before yesterday that we went out there. It was wonderful. It wasn't a planned thing, so we just captured whatever we could in terms of pictures and a bit of those video shots. But we will be getting more of that Western Sydney Airport, the views and stuff before they even open up. So we'll be doing that in the very near future. This is the One World livery of Japan Airlines JL52 787-9.
Star 48, be left on Juliet. Juliet, hold short, runway 34 left. That's on Juliet, hold short, just Star 48. Just Star 48, contact 26.5. Decimal 5, just up again. Altitude 24, cross runway 25, yeah. 1425, number 2 to Virgin ahead of hold short, runway 25. Runway 25. Cross runway 3 for left, 1 Yankee, hold runway 25, just, what do you have? Departure frequency 129.
Japan Air. AFM. Ground American. Taxi, we have Romeo. American 72, taxi by.
Picture perfect. What a great way to watch planes. Being there on your boat and having a look at Japan Airlines for its flight service to Tokyo Haneda. And that too with a One World livery, not the standard livery. And that too it's a 787-9 Dreamliner and not the -8 that we had all the last few months, I would say. Because earlier we were getting its Boeing 777. Hoping we can see the 777 yet again in summer this year, which is not too far, I would say. Once again, 2nd of April today.
Upon S09 heavy, soon to descend to 4,000, 25 track mile, speed at 230.
Wow, Jonathan says, I'm watching from South Wollongong. That's very nice, mate. Thank you very much for joining us. Really appreciate it. And yeah, thank you once again. We hope we can keep you entertained, Jonathan. Like I always say, we hope we can keep everyone entertained for the very fact that a lot of people love to see planes, love to watch them. They always want to know what's happening in and around Sydney, especially with Western Sydney Airport coming up. They want to know, get some updates in terms of flights, which flights will totally migrate to Western Sydney. And yeah, my short answer has always been that none of the present services from here in Sydney will migrate totally as such, unless they feel the need for it. But having said that, Western Sydney being so very new, the fact that they haven't even started operating with passenger aircraft, it's going to take a while for even airlines to decide and think what they want to do next. Oh, we also have the real AvGeek. Hello. Hello, real AvGeek. Hope you're having a great time and thank you very much for joining us. I do believe it's 11 minutes past 7 for you out there in Western Australia. So yeah, 2-hour difference as of now. Yeah, so thank you very much. Just really want to thank you for joining us all the way from Western Australia. We are hoping we can provide you some sort of entertainment for the next few hours. That all depends on the weather because we are always at the mercy of the weather. But having said that, yeah, on a very serious note, we just hope we can bring to you a lot of these planes and keep you entertained, whether it's the heavies, the light aircrafts. Let's see what we get. Not really too many special liveries for today. We just see One World livery of Japan Airlines. As you can see, they are the holding time for runway 34 left for their flight to Tokyo Haneda. But apart from that, I don't really see as many because it just dawned on me last night, because there was one of those days, I do believe back in April if I'm not wrong, or perhaps May, And we had so many special livery aircraft coming on that single day. But for today, and I think the last few weeks as well, we haven't really been too lucky enough to get any special liveries as such. When I do say that, what I mean to say is a lot of the special liveries on a single day. But luckily, we were able to capture the F1 livery of Qatar Airways that flew in yesterday evening. And we were lucky, super lucky actually, to capture that, because it was our first time capturing that one, looking at it in real life. I had never seen that.
Good morning, your base occupied.
Alright, anyway, having said that, JL52 aligning on runway 34 left. Let's get ready for its departure to Tokyo Haneda. And whilst we are at that, American. Yeah, let us see the Tokyo Haneda service if we do get the rotation. That's the 787-9. Let's celebrate it. Woohoo! Yeah, 787-9 Dreamliner of Japan Airlines. Been quite some time since we ever saw a special livery on them. So good enough to get the One World. Yeah, I saw the nose gear coming up. And good morning, everyone. Good morning. Thanks for joining us on this very nice Sunday morning. We really appreciate your presence out here on the stream and on the live show. Hoping we can keep you entertained, get some nice planes all across. It's going to be a fun time. Oh, look at that. VHXZP, that is the retro livery of Qantas. We captured it yesterday as they arrived from Auckland. It was almost dark, so we didn't get a good view of it. Today we get a much better view, but having said that, they are still quite far away from us. Wish they could have been the side. It would have been nice. But that's okay, that's too much to ask, I would say, on a very nice clear day like today. Good morning, RC. Welcome back yet again. Always happy to see you, RC, out here on our live streams. Really appreciate your presence yesterday, today, I do believe last week on Thursday. So yeah, I'm always happy to see all of you, and thank you very much, RC. Really appreciate, and you know, your kind words as well whenever you join us. It means a lot to us. That is American. They will be off to Los Angeles pretty soon. However, having said that, DL40 Sydney to Los Angeles on Delta, they are still out there. They were the first to push back, and they wouldn't have gotten clearance, and that's why I believe they would have taken some time. But that's okay, you know, as long as safety is maintained, we aren't complaining. We don't really matter with all of the delays and stuff like that. Having said that, 9:16, 9:20 is when Emirates service to Christchurch will be departing.
New Zealand 232, hold short, 34 left. Hold short. Now observe traffic. 1.7. Okay, 121.
Good morning, Super Dad. Welcome back.
403.
How are you, Super Dad? Super Dad says the A340-300 with hair dryers on the wings has just turned on its system to depart. Hair dryers on the wing. Wow, that was a nice way to put it. Thank you so much, Super Dad. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, hair dryers on the wing. I think we need to pin that comment. Come on, let us do that. Let us pin Super Dad's comment with the one which says hair dryers. We always love pinning one of those funnier comments, and especially something that is quite quirky, and we really love to see that. Thank you very much, Super Dad, yet again. Not a problem, Super Dad. We really enjoy it. I mean, it's much appreciated. You know, sometimes even we joke around here, so it's always nice to get one or two of them from our lovely viewers like you. So thank you very much. Really, really, really appreciate it, mates. The 500 and 600s are beasts. Really? Like, is there an A340-600? Oh yeah, I think Lufthansa has already retired them. I'm not too sure, because I think I may have seen one of the videos where it did say that the A340-600s would retire, but you know, the very fact that I've never really paid much attention to the A340s is the reason I would not know. Yeah, if you do know whether it's already retired, please comment and let us know, Super Dad. Thank you so much. Hey Brian, good morning. I do believe it's like early morning out there for you in Ireland, maybe just past midnight. How are you doing, Brian? Thank you very much for joining us. Hope you're going to have a wonderful one. And no problem, Jonathan. We are always happy to bring the live streams to all of you. And yes, Brian, Sydney is really lovely, but today it does seem to be slightly a bit hazy, I would say. Because as you can see, the background, it's not too clear. We can't really see the blue skies. But having said that, it's still nice and sunny. The temperature is 12 degrees, but it's not as cold as I would have thought it would be. That is American Airlines AA-72 to Los Angeles, California. Going to be a nice 14 and a half hour flight, and then they'll arrive even before they departed, because that's how the time difference works out between Sydney and Los Angeles. So yeah, they should be arriving about 7 a.m. in the morning on a Sunday, which is going to be about what, 12 for us later tonight. Yeah, having said that, thank you very much, Brian. Thank you very much, Super Dad, as well, for letting me know. I have not really paid attention, like I said, but yes, it would make sense that they are not retired, because I'm pretty sure on the retirement flight, on one of those last flights, there'll be quite a lot of these airline reviewers who we watch on YouTube. They would be making video on them, as well as I'm pretty sure a lot of aviation journals and news outlets would have covered them. So yeah, it remains to be seen, but hopefully we can, you know, document something for the history. Yeah, sadly we don't get any A340s, but I was lucky. The first stream that we had last year in the month of October, end of October, is when we caught one of those A340s coming in. I think it was a charter flight or something. Hey Mick, good morning. Welcome back yet again. Thank you for joining us this Sunday morning. And hoping you had a great Saturday night, Mick. Good morning, Gyro. Hello. Hoping everything's well with you, Gyro. Thanks once again for joining us.
Yellow Delta, sending ground, tow by and Yankee, hold short, runway 25. Qantas 3, taxi Alpha, hold short of Delta.
We'll pan around. We do have Cebu Pacific on the A330-900 coming in from Manila. Yesterday we had a question from one of our viewers, Kimmy, and Kimmy asked us about Cebu Pacific and Philippine Airlines if we've ever captured them, and I did mention that we would be capturing them one of the morning streams, and here you are. Luckily, we just have them today.
Exit right on Alpha. And
Alright, Brian says the A340-600 final retirement October of 2026, 340-300 phased out by around 2028. Woo! Okay. And that is Cebu Pacific. Alright, we have a message from Daniel. Daniel says, I'm at the plane spotting place you are in right now. Where are you, Daniel? Are you outside one of the cars? Wave out to us. That is Cebu Pacific for us, the A330-900. We'll get to see them nice and clear when the sun is right up above our head. MH250 Malaysia Airlines to Kuala Lumpur. Brian says still 2 years to go. Yep, that is true, right? Because we are in 2026 as of now. So, but still, you know, whenever a plane retires, you end up feeling sad, especially people who have that emotional connection. They may have traveled on it quite many times, maybe traveled on that model. So it makes sense, actually. Hey Leonard, good morning. Greetings from Argentina. So I do believe it's evening out there. So good evening to you, Leonard. Hope you're having a great time. Thanks for joining us. Oh, look at who we have. We have Bella out here with us yet again. Good morning, Bella. Hoping you're having a great start to Sunday. Thanks for joining us. We appreciate your presence, Bella. Bella, I just wanted to let you know we were at Western Sydney Airport day before yesterday and we did not plan it. We just went out there. Of course, we did not plan to stream. We just made a last-minute decision. We were supposed to come out here on Friday afternoon, and then we thought, okay, we might as well just drive to Western Sydney Airport. It was my first time there. So we, like I said, it wasn't planned. So we couldn't really get the best of the images and videos as such. But what we did is we just arrived around 4:45, which was very close to sunset time. Just got a bit of a thing here and there with images and videos, and that was it. Alright, let us capture Delta DL40 and then I'll get back to the comments. DL40 to Los Angeles.
Runway 412 on runway 34 left, and that's holding 6.
That's Air Canada on their 787. Used to get quite a lot of their 777s, but seems to be like normal.
Runway 25. Go 734 left, and dive. Charlie, hold still. Runway 25.
And that is Malaysia Airlines. Alright, going back to the comments. Brian says, yeah, 2 years to go for the A340-300 hair dryer. Yeah, I love the word hair dryer. Maybe in 2 years time, I'm just not going to get my hair dry after a shower. I'm just going to be standing in front of the A340, or perhaps I should say behind, because if I stand in the front, I'll just be sucked into the engine. Oh man. Yeah. Bella says, good morning everyone. Yeah, good morning, Bella. Superdad says, I'm wondering if the two football teams from England are on the charter A340. Yeah, I think someone who has some really good knowledge about that would be able to answer us. If anyone around here has any information about it, please fill us in on that one. Gerald, good evening from Brazil. Yeah, good evening, Gerald. Welcome back to the channel and thank you very much for joining us. Really appreciate you joining today. Thank you. That is Malaysia Airlines MH250. MF801 Xiamen to Sydney. Let us capture them arriving. They usually arrive on the Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner, and no prizes for guessing, you can see them. Alright, what's happening? Well, they're being too noisy. Yesterday they were noisy, today as well. Hey, Logan. Good morning. I do believe it's going to be maybe late evening. But yeah, good morning. So Logan says, greetings from Costa Rica in Central America. Australia is so far away. It looks like a beautiful country from what I've seen. Best regards from the Logan Portuguese family. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Logan. I really appreciate it. And yes, indeed, I would love to say that Australia is indeed a beautiful place. A place like no other. We do have quite a lot of these natural wonders out here in Australia. We have really great weather, I would say. Whether it's winter, summer, spring, come what may, we do have those great, wonderful days that you can just go out and enjoy yourself with friends and family. So yes, in terms of that, indeed, it is a wonderful one. Now, having said that, I've never really been to Costa Rica. Would I ever go? Yes, I would love to someday. I've never really been to Central America ever, just North America as such. But hopefully we can someday. But thank you very much, Logan. We really appreciate your presence out here. Thank you. Bella says, love the 787. Yes, indeed. It's like, the best thing of the 787 wing flex is when... Ooh, look at that. Yeah, this is what we happened to miss out today though, because we started off our stream quite late. But what I was saying is the best part of being on a 787 is when you see the flex of the wing from inside, when you're seated inside, and especially when they land, is when you get to see a lot of that difference, especially even when you're taking off. I think if you're a bit too pedantic about finding that wing flex, then yeah, you definitely can. Yeah, having said that, I love the wing flex on a 787. They're super wonderful. That's the 100-year anniversary livery of Qantas flying as QF3 Sydney to Auckland. Hey, good afternoon, Joker. Good afternoon. Joker says good afternoon from New Mexico. Peace. Indeed, mates. Thank you very much. Thanks for joining us from New Mexico. Appreciate it. We hope we can keep you entertained. Thank you very much for joining, and stay tuned. We'll be getting some A380 action as well. A380 departure of Emirates to Christchurch. Wow, so they were already delayed. It's 9:30. They were supposed to depart at 9:20. I don't even see them squawking. It's going to be a while, I believe. Yeah, indeed, Joker. It's quite a long way, from New Mexico to Sydney. Not close at all. Yeah. Bella, yes. I wish we had that red roo this side. It would have been so nice. We would have really enjoyed it. But that's okay. No, not a problem. Woo! Look at who we have. Good morning, Anne. Good morning. Thank you very much for joining us as a member. Welcome. As a member, you have first row access to all of our videos. We usually and always actually release our videos first to our members, and yeah, you get a lot of that picture updates and behind the scenes as well. So stay tuned. There's a lot of action coming on the channel pretty soon. In the weeks to come, you will know what we are talking about. It's a surprise. So stay tuned, and thank you very much, Anne, for joining us. And I love your username. So it's Anne Longhurst 747. Yeah, anything with a 747, we love it. And just like Bella's name as well. There you go. Hey, Jonathan. Hello. Good morning from Sydney. Thank you very much for joining us, Jonathan. Been a long time coming since we last saw you. Really appreciate you joining us today on this live stream. How are you doing, Jonathan?
737 turning on to Juliet right now. Then taxi 10, hold short Sierra. Valley cross runway 85.
Right, Sydney to Bangalore service. That's the service to India.
Jet 752, cross runway 25, Bravo 10.
Cross hostel Bravo, changes
Right, we'll capture the arrival first.
holding point out.
Okay. I'm not too sure how to pronounce this name, so please forgive me. Is that Iesia? Okay, we'll just pronounce the last name, Perenza 3267. Good morning. And Perenza says evening here. Good evening, Perenza. How are you? Thank you very much for joining us. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Woohoo! We got the Pokemon. Yeah, that's the Pokemon livery of Garuda Indonesia. Very nice.
3, taxi, hold short runway 25.
25 for basic.
Plus 121 when ready, contact 14.7.
Yeah, 12, make head Alpha 2, contact ground 126.5 today. Oh, let's go on to decimal 5.
We'll get the Pokemon livery departing later today. Yes, Jonathan, that was the Pokemon livery. We will be capturing that Pokemon livery not too long from now when they do depart Sydney back to Jakarta. That won't be too long, I think, in the next few hours, and hopefully we'll still be around by that time.
62, hold short runway 3.
Good morning to all joining us on the live show today. Really appreciate you yet again. Sydney to Christchurch service on EK 412. They have pushed back. We will able to see them. Jonathan says Pikachu, yes. I wonder whether they have some sort of livery even on the inside, because I do know when I traveled on Scoot's Pokemon livery, the inside had quite a lot of those Pokemon stickers, especially on the luggage, hat racks on top, as well as I think there were few of those headrests that had the Pokemon branding as well. I do know there are other planes such as ANA which also have a bit of those Pokemon branding and stuff like that, but I'm not too sure if it's the exact same on Garuda Indonesia's plane that we just saw arrive.
Sorry, 13, cross runway 25, taxi to the bay.
MH123 from Kuala Lumpur.
Okay. Canada 34, I'm at departures.
Departures.
Property 412, line up.
Line up on my 3 west, 4.
Tap ground 120.
Oh, 4 short.
Just doing Lima cross from my 3 full left, put out 6.
Lima cross 3 full left.
Just 19 sitting out, confirm hold short runway 3. Just 119 on golf now. Cross runway 34 left, then taxi. Hold short runway 25.
Let's look at that. The 100-year anniversary livery of Qantas off to Auckland.
Star 509, you got 54, push back.
time today. Velocity 412, 34 left clear.
Alrighty. Anne says, lovely day in Sydney. I'm watching from Hobart. My daughter is cabin crew on QF12, landing soon. Ooh. Thanks for letting us know, Anne. We'll try capturing that one for you, QF12. Yeah, pretty long flight, right? QF12, Los Angeles to Sydney. We keep capturing it all the way time out here on our screen. And yeah, hopefully your daughter will get some very good rest after that long flight from Los Angeles. Thank you very much, and really appreciate you telling us. Hopefully you can play back this live stream for your daughter. And yeah, I do hope she has a great next flight whenever she's off to wherever she's off. Yeah, because we have no idea, but yeah, wherever she's off to, we can wish her a nice and safe flight and a pleasant one. But more than anything else, we wish her some really good rest this Sunday afternoon.
And then B9, push back through southwest on Golf.
Joker, yes, the water looks beautiful, but just to let you know, I do remember last year November, as we were streaming, we were quite close to this retaining wall, so we used to stand somewhere around here, and since then we've moved back. It was very windy on that day, and the water was splashing all on our camera, on our tripod and stuff like that. It was a pain going back home and taking out those water stains and stuff like that. It was a real pain. So I'm glad that now the water is nice and calm. You may see one of our old streams as well when we were positioned out here, and the water was quite rough. So it just you know, sometimes we are lucky enough. But yeah, since then we do love just being around out here. Alright, Anne says does a lot of LAs.
West 3 has the Jones 925, taxi Juliet, short of Alpha.
What's happening with the autofocus thing? They're just out of focus, but we should be fine now. Joker says, we don't have water in New Mexico. It rained last night. It looks good. Thank you very much. Oh, what would you mean by we don't have water? Like, are you saying that y'all don't have a water body next to y'all, like somewhere close to y'all, like a river or sea, something that way? I do believe, right? I mean, if I actually think of the map, yeah, maybe that could exactly be what we are thinking. But yeah, having said that, thank you very much. Really appreciate it, Joker. The water is really calm today, and it makes for good viewing. Ah, there you go, landlocked. Yeah, that is what I was thinking. Thank you very much, Joker, for letting us know.
Just 75.
Yeah, out here we have quite a lot of water. You can see everywhere. In fact, Australia is an island country, I would say, right? Because we have water all across, on all sides. Oh, thank you very much, Bella. Really appreciated you watching that one. Yeah. So, you know, that's the car park, and I asked one of the security guys out there, because I was under the impression that we will be having a car park building just like how we have here in Sydney. Of course, I was not expecting as many as we have here at Sydney Airport, but I was expecting at least one. But what the security told me is, to begin with, they just have the the ground level parking as such, and in the future, as YSSY progresses, you know, with its expansion and stuff like that, that is when they will eventually end up building a constructing a building for a car park. So that's going to be quite some time in the future, not for now at least. But yeah, I do hope I can get more of that action from Western Sydney. Alright, Anne says Olivia was supposed to arrive home yesterday morning, but they cancelled QF12 night before last. She had to stay another night. This is a very late flight back. Oh, okay. I'm pretty sure that's going to be quite tiring, right? Like quite taxing, because you would have already planned all of your activities that you would be doing out here, like whether it's just meeting family, resting and stuff like that. But that's not the case, I would say. Especially with flight cancellations, yeah, sometimes it can play on your body as well as your mind, because you're mentally prepared to do whatever you are ready to do. And then when it doesn't work out that way, yes, it can be a bit. However, hoping everything can go well. Hoping, everything can go well for Olivia. And yeah, that's how it is. Alrighty, hey, good morning, Runway. Runway says, how do you get 350 people watching? Oh, is it 350? Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, we see that on the other screen. Yeah, I absolutely have no idea, mates. Maybe everyone's just waiting for the A380s or something. And in fact, we have been waiting for the A380s, Emirates A380 departure to Christchurch. They are so delayed. They haven't even gone, because they were supposed to push back at 9:20, 9:43 as of now. But yeah, no idea. But how are you doing, Runway? Hoping everything's well with you, mates. Thank you so very much for joining us. Oh, Anne says, was a mess. Yes, I totally understand it. It would not be easy, right? It would really not be easy. But having said that, I'm glad that Olivia is coming back. Let us give Olivia a very warm welcome coming in on QF12 Los Angeles to Sydney service on VHOQA, none other than Nancy Bird Walton. I have personally filmed Nancy Bird Walton, this very same aircraft arriving Los Angeles on runway 24, right? So, it always hits me very hard when I see Nancy Bird Walton, just like how we see it on screen right now. And to have seen a Qantas A380, which is Nancy Bird Walton, in Los Angeles, far away from home, was a dream come true for me. And there's no better way to film that landing in Los Angeles of Qantas from Westchester Point, which is outside In-N-Out Burger. And I'm glad I had the opportunity to do so. So yes, it's always quite iconic. And for the very fact, when you have your viewer's daughter coming in, Olivia, that is Anne's daughter, Olivia, coming in on this flight, it really makes everything very, very special. So let us put our hands together and welcome Olivia on Nancy Bird Walton, like how Anne says we love Nancy. Indeed we do. Hey Hansela, good morning. How are you doing, Hansela? Hoping you're having a great evening out there and staying nice and cool. Woohoo! Welcome, Olivia. Welcome. Olivia has touched down out here in Sydney. And we'll have two A380s on screen right now. There you go, both partners. Welcome, Olivia. I hope you'll able to see us on the replay. Take care of yourself, and what a lovely mother you have, Olivia. Really appreciate it. Thank you very much, and I'm glad, super glad to capture the arrival of Olivia or Nancy Bird Walton for Anne. Thank you very much, Anne, for letting us know. It really makes it a lot more special for us. That is Emirates, quite delayed, but no problem. Hoping to see them rotate nice and early from out here. No worries at all, Anne. Bella, thank you so much for your choice of the emojis. Really appreciate it. as well as Anne. Thank you very much. Thank you. Really, really very happy. It makes our day actually when we have a lot of our viewers out there on the planes, and we get to film them. And for the very fact, it's always the relation between a mother and daughter, mother and son, like the parent-sibling, the parent-children relationship. It is different, and to capture that for you, Anne, is, I don't know, we can't really, we don't really have a word for that, but I'm happy we could do it for you. Thank you. And yeah, having said that, we do wish Olivia some really good rest after the flight. I'm pretty sure it's still going to be a while before Olivia is out and about, before she deboards QF from Los Angeles. Yeah, it's going to be a while, because deboarding an A380 it's quite time consuming compared to any other aircraft, so that way. Okay, Anne says luckily she lives close by at Walleye Creek. Yeah, that's good. Walleye Creek is not too far and good for her, because had you been living somewhere else, then it's another thing to go that far. But yeah, Walleye Creek, pretty close.
181 and 10 on the Bravo 10, Tower 124, that's 1.
That was nice. Woo! A lot of them coming here. All right, Perenza says, I've flown that route several times. She must have left like at 3 a.m. or so. Usually we land around 6 to 7 a.m. Yes, Perenza, that is indeed true. And yeah, you would have been quite experienced with that route, right? Like Los Angeles to Sydney. But great. Thank you very much for sharing.
67, contact departure.
All right, Joker, who is hating you, mates? Who is hating you? The 4-engine jets are going away. Yes, sadly, all of the 4-engine jets will be out and about in the next few years. I would say we do know 747-400s will be retiring pretty soon. And yeah, with the A380s, we still have them for the foreseeable future. I think until the late 2030s, early 2040s, Emirates plans to keep them. But after that, yeah, we don't really have anything.
Contact director 126.1.
Good morning everyone. Thank you for joining us on this live show from Sydney's International Airport. Sydney's mascot airport, I should say, because we do have Western Sydney Airport, which has already begun operations just for cargo flights at this very moment. However, it's not too long before they start off with passenger operations beginning October 25th, 2026. Hey, Runway, I'm not too sure about the A340 yet. I really have no idea. It all depends. I mean, if we do get it, yeah, we get it. But yeah, for now, I really have no idea as such.
Quarter 728.
Oh, Joker says, my name is Scott. Hey, Scott, hello. I think we do have another viewer of ours, Scott, from the United States, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, so nice. And thank you very much, Scott. We love you as well. Thanks for joining us. We always appreciate everyone joining us and having a great time sharing all of their aviation stories. It really makes our day, and it really makes for a good conversation, I would say.
Right abrupt and hold short of runway 2. Above rapid hold 5.
And says, great spot viewing the aircraft's landing. Love it. Yep, thank you very much. And indeed, and we are lucky enough to get runway 34 in use today, because there have been times we have come here and then we don't end up getting runway 34. It's runway 16 and we don't get a good look at the touchdown. Unless we are at Shep's Mound, which I'll pan around and show you. Shep's Mound is just by the base of the ATC tower, as you can see, and you get a good view of the touchdown from there. But yeah, for the most part, we just thought today we'll be filming from here. Even yesterday we filmed from here, but for the better part of the last 2 months, we've been at Shep's Mound. Having said that, we just love wherever we can film, you know, go to different places, start filming. Really works out quite well. Asia, quite a bit of time for them to take off. Not anytime soon, I would say.
231 Super City Today.
Hey, yeah, Runway. So, you know very well that we have so much of equipment. Actually, our tripod itself is so heavy and quite a lot of other things. And then, yeah, for us, P3 car park is like, yeah, we can do it. But then the thing is, the parking spots, the rates are exorbitant. I would say we couldn't really be so much into it as such. But having said that, you know, we've been thinking for quite some time to get done with P3 because we've seen you as well out there and you get really good views, right? And just for the views, we would love to do it, but sadly that's not something we can do regularly, or perhaps we may do it, but you know, not really regularly, I would say. Hey NC Polar Bear, hello, good morning. Thank you very much for joining us. No, Air Asia, that's not an A350, sadly. They don't fly their A350s. I do believe they don't even have an A350 if memory serves me correctly. I'm not too sure if they may have got A350s in their fleet or something, but yeah, as far as I know, they do not. But please let us know. But yeah, sadly, that's not an A350 of Air Asia. Alright, Bella says, flight radar 24, A340, scheduled departure 12:30 p.m. today. Oh, lovely. So we will be around at that time. So hopefully we can get that. And says, love going to Shep's Mound when up in Sydney. Yes, indeed. Shep's Mound. Quite iconic for all of us who love planes. And I'm pretty sure Shep's Mound will be beaming with people out there. There'll be people all across. So, yeah, let's see. All right. Thanks, Runway, for letting us know that you park at Macca's. We'll give it a go someday. Maybe not in the near future, at least. But let us see when we eventually end up doing it. And there you go. This is what I was talking about. Look at the rotation, nice and early for its service to Christchurch. Emirates EK412. They did arrive from Dubai earlier today. And that is another A380. Woohoo! That is Singapore Airlines.
509, cancel restrictions, maintain 5,000.
Hey mates, yeah, hopefully you get to see it maybe on one of the replays or something, but yeah, good to go. Hoping you enjoy, mates. But take care of yourself, Runway, and once again, thanks for joining us.
Hold short, runway 34 left.
Hey Perenza, yes, that A380, you know, they aren't going to Dubai. It's Emirates flight, but they are onwards to Christchurch. And the service to Christchurch, they are usually never really filled up to the brim. That means they have less passengers, less luggage, and then more importantly, they don't really fuel up as much as they would for their long 14.5-hour flight to Dubai. They just fuel up as much as they need for their service to Christchurch, which is hardly about 3 hours, and then yeah, a bit of reserve fuel. That is what they do. So that's the reason, you know, they're quite light and they achieve V1 speeds very early on. And that's the reason they always will be rotating. And that is the reason we love capturing them out here at Sydney, because we get to see their rotation very, very early. All right, so Anne says, spoiled for A380s. Tell me about it, Anne. Yeah. I mean, sadly, you know, we got that announcement from Qantas just, I think, a few weeks ago about their retirement of the A380s from 2030 onwards, early 2030. So, Yeah, it's going to be a sad thing, and I did mention it, I think, last week, that every time we see an A380 of Qantas, we will be celebrating for the very fact that what we are doing today, in a few years from now, it's going to be history, because then what are we going to do? We will never really have an A380 to look at in real life, and all we will have is just videos out here on YouTube, Instagram, and stuff like that to watch. So yeah, what we are doing is we are like subconsciously capturing memories as such. Having said that, yeah, I do plan to film from Dubai, and we all know the A380 capital of the world is at Dubai International Airport, with Emirates having more than 100 A380s in active service at any given time. So yeah, it's something that we have been wanting to do for quite some time, and hopefully we can bring that action to you all.
Ground Qantas 23 heavy into Sierra, request taxi.
23, taxi, Golf 1, Aviation.
Bella says, I love the Mound and old control tower car park for plane spotting. Yeah, indeed, lovely places, I would say.
78, contact departure today. Departure.
Peranza says, so no A380, no 747. I don't like twin engine service over the Pacific. Yeah, I can totally understand you, Peranza, because, you know, we've had quite a lot of people say the same thing. They do feel that, you know, with twin engine aircraft, you're at a much higher risk than, let's say, a 4-engine aircraft. But yeah, going by that sense, yes, it indeed makes sense, right? Like, you'll have 3 other engines to save you. But I do believe that with even twin engine aircraft, I'm pretty sure you may have heard something of ETOPS, if I'm not wrong. ETOPS, that is extended operation time over the ocean and stuff. I do believe a lot of these twin engine aircraft are certified for, I think, a little over 5 hours to fly on a single engine. And yeah, they could possibly get to one of those diversion airports as such. But yeah, for the most part, I think it should be fine. But, you know, having said that, I can totally understand when you say that, because I indeed used to think the same earlier as well. And then we've had quite a lot of people come up to us, and, you know, every time we talk to them and stuff like that, they do mention it. So yeah, sadly, I would love to always travel on a 4-engined aircraft, whether it be the 747, the A380. We all know the A380 is so much quieter than any other aircraft. You even compare it to the A350, its very own stablemate from Airbus. The A350 is not even close in terms of quietness compared to the A380. So yeah, I mean, that's the way the world is moving ahead, with, you know, much better fuel economy, much better returns for the airlines, and it does make sense. But at the same time, yeah, it doesn't really make financial sense for any of the airlines to fly an A380 when you have twin engine aircraft like an A350 that can fly much further away than an A380. You also have the 787s, and we just witnessed history last week when we saw Qantas's test flight, Project Sunrise, departing from Melbourne to Toulouse on a 24-hour and 24-minute flight. That was a totally different thing, mate. Hey, yeah, Runway, that is the thing. So I was having a chat with AvGeek, you know, because AvGeek told us yesterday that they were trying to tag us in one of their posts, and sadly they weren't able to do it. And it's not the first time. I think they told us not last month, maybe the month before something. And yeah, that's the thing. But having said that, you know, Runway, if you recollect, I told you last time that we would have a look at it and ask the mods and all. Had a look at it. We don't really see anything whatsoever, so I'm pretty not sure what could be the thing. maybe, you know, someday when we do have a long break or something, that's when we can have a look. And I do believe that's going to happen only somewhere around maybe beginning of September or something, because during that time we will be on a break as such. So yeah, that time we'll just go into all the nitty-gritty of all the security settings and this and that, and let us just see what we can find out. Perenza says the A380 is a city. So nice. And yeah, Anne says Project Sunrise was awesome indeed. And I totally get you. Hopefully I can be on one of those Project Sunrise flights when they do begin next year, October. Sydney to London and Sydney to New York hasn't been announced yet, but yeah, the CEO did mention that they will be announcing it shortly after. So let us see what really happens with that one. But it would be anyone's dream to be on that flight. When I say anyone's dream, I would say a dream for someone who just doesn't want to get into that thing, you know, the hub and spoke model where you're going into one city, having a layover and stuff like that. But it's going to be an experience. Hopefully that is something we can do and share with all of you. So let us see how that one works out. And says, I worked for Qantas 1988 to 2011, 23 years, just loved it. I learned to fly also when I was 20 years old. Ooh, how good is that? Thank you so very much, Anne, for sharing with us. I do believe this deserves to be pinned, so let us pin Anne's comment where Anne says they worked for Qantas 1988 to 2011. I would say, Anne, you would have seen quite a lot of changes with the 747-200 of Qantas -400, 747-400s to its retirement in 2020. Of course, yeah, you worked until 2011, but I do believe you would have quite an emotional bonding with Qantas as a company, with Qantas as an airline. And now for the very fact that your daughter works for Qantas and on an A380 service to Los Angeles. How good is that? That's one of their flagship routes, I do believe. Sydney to Los Angeles. So yeah, hoping you know, you will have a lot of those pleasant and fond memories of Qantas, and likewise Olivia will be having the same.
Sydney ground, taxi, hold short Charlie.
Olivia has to choose between the A380 or A350, not fair. Why is it that she has to choose, if I'm allowed to ask, Anne? Is it because they would have a similar sort of training as such, or maybe Olivia is trained on the A350 and the A380 and then she's just got to choose? What exactly could it be? And that's going to be a tough decision, right? I do hope Olivia can just do whatever she feels right for her at this very moment. And let's see, yeah, but I would say the Project Sunrise flights, as much as they sound good, as much as they sound exciting in terms of saving time and all, yeah, the cabin crew will be on their toes, you know, even though they do get the crew break and all, they will be on their toes for quite some time. So yeah, I have to give it up to Olivia and all of her team members, as well as all of the cabin crew all across the world. You know, they really work hard. We have to give it up to them. You know, sometimes we take them for granted, but for the most part, I would say nothing really ever works single-handedly. You know, people always say you can't clap with a single hand. And having said that, we've got to recognize cabin crew. We've got to recognize the effort that they take, you know, all their hard work. A lot of us, we take it for granted, but that's not the case. You know, we really need to celebrate them. And to have Olivia, to have you out here and share with us so much of the things, yeah, it really makes a difference. And thank you very much. And I do hope, you know, we all can be much more kinder to cabin crew, because we have all seen on online forums and stuff like that how certain Now, certain situations unfold, and that's not the way we would want it to be. But yeah, let us hope, everything does go well for cabin crew. Indeed, and I really understand it's not an easy job by no means. Let's just say and put it out in the most simplest terms. If you're flying even Sydney to Melbourne, it's not an easy job, because Sydney to Melbourne, you'll be flying multiple flights a day, let alone Los Angeles to Sydney, Sydney to Los Angeles. First of all, you're crossing so many time zones. Sydney to Los Angeles, you depart and you arrive even before you have departed in terms of the time difference. And having said that, you're going to be jet lagged for the most part, getting rest. It's not easy, I would say, and that is you have to really give it up to them. We as passengers may travel once and be like, oh, I'm jet lagged. we may say we are jet lagged after 3 days, 4 days, but yeah, you've got to think of the cabin crew. They will be always on their toes, and they do not get as much rest as we do after a flight or whatever, so you have to give it up to them. Alright, Anne says she's chosen the 380. They are only allowed 3 endorsements. Okay. And good to know that she's chosen the A380. Hey, Regine, if I'm pronouncing it correctly. Ooh, Great Barrier Reef livery. Yes, hey Regine, watching from Midwest State, USA, the United States of America. Thank you, Regine, for watching us, and good evening. I do believe it's evening out there, early to late evening, so have a wonderful one. Thanks, Regine, for joining us. Really appreciate it. Regine, we have quite a lot of our viewers from the United States, and we would love to welcome you as well. Thank you very much. Thanks for being member of our channel. Really appreciate you being part of it. G'day, Aviation Vibes. G'day. Hoping you're doing well. Thank you very much for joining us. And says Olivia's endorsed on the 787, A330 and the A380. Yeah. So 3 of them, right? So 1 Boeing and 2 Airbuses. Yeah, cool. Let's see how it works out. Hopefully the A380 can stay much more longer, and Olivia can enjoy as much as she can. But yeah, eventually we do know that's not going to be the case for too long. So fingers crossed. All right, Lena says the Finding Nemo livery. Indeed. I would say so. But thanks for letting us know, Lena, and thanks for commenting that. We never really thought about it that way, but yeah, good on you. Thank you very much, Lena. I really appreciate it. Alright, Aviation Vibes asks us, what is the software you're using for the live? We are using Streamlabs. So you get Streamlabs for mobile applications, you get Streamlabs for computer. Yeah, we are using Streamlabs. Alright, the seagulls are back again.
426, give way to company 777, they'll be left right of Foxtrot, then taxi 6. That's it. Company on the left, then taxi to the Star 457, cross runway 25, give way to Air New Zealand, and then hold short for 4. Velocity 931, Air New Zealand on the Charlie, hold short runway 5. Qantas 511, hold short of runway 25. Hold short of 25, Qantas 511. A476. Qantas 629 1000.
Qantas 629 1000, Qantas 23.
Perenza asked us, is it chilly today? Not really, I would say, Perenza. This morning it was slightly cold, but it's not chilly. It's 15 degrees. But I wouldn't say it's chilly. It's nice and pleasant for the most part. The sun is falling on our body and we are enjoying the nice warm sunlight. But for the most part, it's not chilly, at least for now. Unless it gets windy, and then, yeah, it may get a bit chilly. Regine says, it's evening time here, rained and brought out the little squirrels coming after peanuts on the porch. Wow. That's not something I have ever experienced or ever seen, but it would be nice, you know, squirrels, and they would love their peanuts anyway, so they would do anything to get it. Good on them, and thank you very much for joining this stream at this very moment.
Feeling 17's out the ground.
Cathay 12 Bay 24, push back through.
Hey Aussie, hello. How are you doing, Aussie? Hoping everything's well with you.
C-1530, follow point to the right, hold short runway 25. Just 57, taxi to 54. Qantas 511, cross runway 25, short of Charlie 1. Cross 25, Charlie 1, Qantas 511. Car forward. Are there some pods in front of Mound Point Dom 1 Alpha if you could look at them?
Battery output.
Runway 25, taxi Bravo 1, short here,
New Zealand 103 on Bay 54, taxi right, full, hold short Bravo 8.
hold short Bravo 8,
Todd White, full Sydney ground, give way to the inbound Qantas 21, then
Kiwi Dreamliner. I love the emoji choices, Bella. Kiwi Dreamliner, wow.
On the 735.
Hey Perenza, that was 34 right? That was 34 right that New Zealand landed, and they do land quite many times. I have seen Atlas A747 arriving with full load on 34 right. And I think that was late last year. So they do. The 747s arrive very many times as well. So you would understand, you know, you really need to use a lot more reverse thrust and all those sort of things. But yeah, no, all good, Perenza. Yeah, that was 34 right. And they do it. They do it very many times. In fact, you'll see a lot of A330s, Boeing 787s, 777s as well arriving on runway 34 right. It's a pretty common occurrence out here in Sydney, especially during times of congestion and stuff like that. But even otherwise, we have seen All Nippon Airways, that is ANA, also arrive on runway 34 right. You just saw a New Zealand that arrived out there. So yeah, quite a lot of them, they do it. Even A330-300s, we've seen them as well, a lot of heavies. The only thing I've never really seen is an A380 arrive on runway 16 left or runway 34 right. That would be a dream come true for me someday. So, let us see.
7, Sydney ground, taxi, cross runway 25 to the bay. New Zealand 103, hold runway.
Hey, Brandiva, hello. Welcome. Thank you very much for joining us. Perenza, yeah, for the most part, you know, you'll see a lot of domestic flights going to runway 34 right or 16 left as it is from the other side, and that is for the very simple reason because you don't really need them to go even much more longer taxiing all the way through, and then for them to use for the domestic flights to use runway 34 left, they would have to be crossing the active runway and then taxiing just like how we see China Eastern. But having said that, we do see a mixed use of both runways, but for the most part, it's predominantly domestic operations out there on runway 34L. But this is not to say there are no international operations, like, you know, we just saw in New Zealand. I have seen Cebu Pacific, I have seen United coming in from San Francisco. I've seen Japan Airlines, Cathay Pacific. Yeah, I've seen almost all international airlines out there on runway 34 right at times, you know, at different times of the year, different times of the day, and, you know, based on different situations as such. So yeah, we do see them quite a bit actually.
The tender number? Tenders, cross runway 25.
No problem, Perenza, no problem. Yeah, and there you go. Yeah, Lena has confirmed it for us quite well.
Moving in a sec, a couple of aircraft get onto their base.
Hey, Aussie, the next flight is Thai Airways. We are just waiting for them to come up and we should be able to get them. Aussie, the seagulls, I tell you, they are like being too noisy, like way too noisy. Ooh. We just mentioned Thai Airways. And here they are. We'll just pan around, capture the arrival. TG471 Bangkok to Sydney, A350. Both A350s meeting each other. The brothers in crime of Thai Airways. One arrives and the other one is just about to depart. That is TG471. Nice touchdown, and they will meet TG476. Yep, there you go, both of them in one frame.
66D3, assigned heading is left 20, line up 34 left.
Left 230, line up 34 left 1.
5471, vacate Alpha, ground 126.5.
Alpha 2, so take your sun back, follow left.
Chinese 792, line 34 left, to number 2.
Nice.
Number 2, can I go?
25.0, cadet. Take off.
Over left, straight.
New Zealand 1, you turn left, Bravo 2, hold runway 34 left. New Zealand 102, contact 26.45.
And not a butter? Aussie Aviation is asking us not a butter. What do we say? It has to be butter, right? I mean, if it's not butter, it would probably be oily, like way too much smooth. Or maybe frozen oil, you know, frozen oil just happens to be like almost buttery, but it's almost to the point that it's liquidy but not so liquidy sort of thing. A nice soft blending, a nice soft texture to that frozen oil. I would say something that way, but yeah. Thanks for the good laugh, Aussie. Appreciate it. And thank you very much. You have a lovely day. Once again, thank you very much for giving us the privilege of capturing the arrival of your daughter Olivia on QF12 coming in from Los Angeles. We really appreciate it. You have a wonderful time, and I'm pretty sure you're going to be having a chat with Olivia later today. So yeah, wishing Olivia the best, wishing you the best, and have a lovely Sunday morning and a Sunday afternoon. Take care. Hello, Brendiva. Hello. It's been a long time, Brendiva, that you've been on our live streams. We do recollect we had you, I think, about a month or two ago on our live stream, but then we didn't really see you. I hope everything's going well with you. Thanks, Perenza. Take care of yourself. Alrighty, some birds are resting, you can see that out here, and some birds are at work. That's the metal bird, TG476-2.
contact departure.
Bangkok. Right, we do have CX-162 that's taxiing, and we should be able to see them shortly as well. Wow, the departures are picking up and I'm loving that
Runway
one.
25.
Andrew says, got to love the A350. Yes, indeed, Andrew. The A350s look super beautiful. We have this A350 out here that is just about to depart to Bangkok. We also have CX-162, but CX-162 is a Boeing 777. I think we missed out on the earlier departure of Cathay Pacific. They would be on the A350. Yeah, sadly we don't have them for today because we started off late. But hoping everything goes well. I do think we'll get more of those A350s. There's Fiji Airways that comes in later today, and quite a lot of different airlines as well. I'm not even sure at this stage, but let's see.
Type 474 left, careful takeoff.
And Brandiva, yes indeed, we see quite a lot of those jet skis all across. Yeah, today I would say it is in fact lesser than what we end up seeing. Maybe a lot of them during summer will be out and about.
One seat down, great, thank you.
From the 730, copy, taxi when able, and short of Gulf.
Nice and graceful actually. Not too noisy. In fact, not noisy at all. Very silent takeoff.
Level 180.
Brandiva says Singapore Airlines A380 SQ231 landing soon. We just had SQ231 land right in front of us a couple of minutes ago. Ozzy says my brother has a new plane spotting area. That's great, mates. That's great. I hope they can enjoy the new spotting area as such.
Correct 6663, cleared direct to Peg 2. China Eastern 792, contact departures, 135 Decimal 9 and g'day. 135 Decimal 9, connect to 792.
Alrighty, as we look at flight radar PR212 Sydney to Manila service, they are just done with their pushback and are departing shortly.
Short to 3 left, there will be a delay. I've got a medevac inbound on the west, so it's going to affect your departure.
Brandiva says, yeah, it's Terminal 2 or 3 parking and go. Yeah, you're talking about the P3 car park, right? Yes, you can see that because, you know, we even see them when we film from Shep's Mound. But today we just thought we'll come out here. Even yesterday we were out here. Yeah, having said that, we did get Singapore Airlines already. They captured their arrival just a few minutes ago.
Possible take
yes, I do believe it would be a glitch or something because we did capture SQ231 already on the channel not too long ago. It was just a couple of minutes ago that we happened to capture them. So it was nice, you know, we were just talking about the different models of planes and stuff, and that's when they did arrive. Because we usually like capturing SQ231 out here.
Charlie, short of runway 25.
Cross runway 25 with Lima.
Taxi Alpha, runway 25 to hold November 216.
Inbound Virgin 737, then taxi to point Bravo 10 runway 34.
Alright, CX162 on the Boeing 777-300ER.
The 127 heavy, mate.
Class 127, the Alpha and hold.
Alpha, hold short. 127. Turn right, heading 150. 130, right, 150.
Hey, yep. The G90s.
Alpha, London, we can go the next step.
Just 511, taxi short of Bravo 4.
Alright, as far as we can see, nothing out here. And we'll just capture the departure, the dash 8.
Runway 07.
Copy, taxi and Foxtrot.
Terminated. Frequency change approved, and there's a Mooney just departed Shell Harbour 2007. Climb up there, a couple miles to the north track down there.
Captain 16, contact departure, good day.
Having said that, we will see PR212, the service to Manila. We mentioned it earlier. They are just around the corner and we were able to spot them as they taxi to runway 34
Right on
left.
Charlie, please. Right on Charlie, not too late.
Right on, Shell.
950, thanks. Charlie will hold short of Charlie.
Heavy departures identified.
4 to 31.
Class 130, number 2 company on Alpha, the Alpha.
Hey, Scott says we are getting ready to get hammered. Like hammered by the planes, is it? Because it's going to get busy.
Cathay 162, climb over to 9,000. Set up to 9,000.
27, hold to runway 25 to be 07 arrival. Okay, all taxi holding point out 6, 3 for left. We're ready for that down 10 days for 5.
One two zero five, so the cookie.
Yeah, you just have to think they respect first.
Good day to you. Continue approach 34 left. In the unlikely event of a missed approach, hard left.
Cathay 162, contact approach 135.9 now. 359, the other one. Good day.
We'll track Alpha 6.
To 12.
That's Star 511.
Just Star 950. We'll follow company on Charlie and short of runway 25.
Hey Aussie, no, we have not been to an air show. Now, having said that, we do have quite a lot of air shows out here in Australia, right? Like in the regional places, we have Wollongong and places like that. But no, I haven't. I would love to be at an air show which has more of the commercial aircraft, because that is what we are into and that is what we love sharing. So yeah, for the most part, we have never ever been to an air show. Never ever, not once. And yeah, we do hope though someday we can, but it only remains to be seen. We do have the Dubai air show coming up next year, November. That's quite a bit far off, I would say. But for the most part, no, we haven't. We would love to. Let's see.
Bravo.
Taxi holding point Bravo 10 runway.
Yeah. Do you plan to go to any of those air shows, Aussie, in the near future? And which one is something that interests you?
That's up my 5 portion of Sierra, that's Star 511.
City 932, cross runway 25, hold short of Bravo 4.
25, hold up Bravo 4.
Qantas 121, Sydney again. 25, decimal 0, g'day. Direct OTCAD. Direct OTCAD. Bravo 4, Charlie, B49.
Hope it's butter. Yeah, for the heavies, we do hope. We do hope it would be.
Qantas 130, sitting out. There you go. 432 Delta station. Feeling 432 Delta, sitting out, hold runway 25.
Qantas 137 then behind the city company on the left side of the station one.
On taxi 137, I copy that. Yeah, we.
Scott says I slept too much.
There, do you need to wait for them to be cleared
No
up?
worries, mate. It's the weekend. You've got to enjoy. Look at that comment. Brandiva says, both airways. Yeah, I tell you, because we see so many of them, right? So, Aussie says, I want to see a bounce landing or touch and go. Yeah, touch and go, very hard to come by out here in Sydney. Because, we've got to be quite thankful for the weather that we have. So touch and go, the go-arounds are not something we see quite regularly. Not once have we ever got that on our stream. It would really be nice if we ever did. But yeah, for the most part, we haven't. But we've seen quite a lot of videos online, especially in areas where the weather could be a bit unfavorable. So sometimes it just warrants for a go around. Right, let us pan around. Alright, Joker. Yeah, sort of. I mean, they have to. Sometimes we have seen go arounds, but not to the point where they have touched down on the runway and then they go around. Yeah, that's the thing.
Cross 127 here. You can swing the taxi down, there will be some space. Taxi direct to Okoro. Going for fire.
Hey Aussie, yes, we haven't seen a touch and go, at least out here in Sydney, never ever. I've only ever seen them on YouTube or Instagram as such, but not once in my real life. In fact, I have never really even experienced one for the very fact that we travel so many places and stuff like that. But nah, we haven't.
Cross from 825 into 70 patients.
Yeah, Brandiva, yes, Qantas is literally supervising the child, and that's what they do, right? Subsidiary of Qantas. I mean, in the literal sense, that's what's happening. But yeah, for the most part, I would say I'm a bit amazed that Qantas would not be there on the opening day at Western Sydney, though. Of course, they do have Jetstar, which is pretty much in the end a Qantas subsidiary, but would love to see that. But regardless, thank you very much everyone for the likes, for the comments, for the hearts. Really, really, really appreciate it. And once again, wishing you all a very good morning here in Sydney.
Direct to Okoro, cancel the Okoro height requirements and climb to 10,000.
Getting up 730, the Alpha, holding Alpha 6 is runway 34 left. J6, broke down.
There's 118.44, cadet. Qantas 161 on Charlie, cross with the taxi Bravo 10, hold short Sierra.
Charlie, cross.
Bravo 10, hold short. 10 to flight level 190. Q-Link 3, straight 25 and taxi 66. Qantas 433, 825 and hold short of Sierra. Qantas 735, hold short 25. Just 660 Sydney, 55 pushbacks approved, pushback will enable company to push on 57.
Pushback, push long to allow company to push. So just
406 ground, there is on 55 long push to enable you to push. Give over them then for 57 pushbacks approved.
Oh, is it, Brenda? Are you getting a free membership? If that's the case, yeah, go for it. That's going to be a lovely one. Oh, yeah, Aussie, we just saw your comment now. We were actually focused on Philippine Airlines. We did see the Dash 8 taking off, but yeah, had we to see a comment slightly bit earlier, we would have just captured that one on the stream. Yeah, Vietnam, here you go, on screen. Do you have China Airlines? You can see it in the background. We would have loved them to arrive out here this side on runway 34 left.
Technology on to Golf is approved for FTO.
Yeah, they 7010. I just identified time by the 625,000. Time by 65000, 497,000.
All right, Aussie, take care of yourself. Thank you very much for joining us. We really appreciate your presence, your comments, and hope to see you another time, mates. Look at how Aussie says bye to us. It's like, bye. Thank you very much, Aussie. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Take care and have a wonderful Sunday. Alrighty, finally PR 212 on runway 34 left for its flight to Manila.
40 ground, cross 25, give way to the Qantas 3 on Golf, Ultra Bravo 4. Qantas 130, Ali cross from a 5 then Bravo 10 on hold short of Sierra.
Charlie cross from a 5 Bravo, hold short of Sierra, Qantas 130.
137 as you tune into Bravo 10, 4.7. 5-1, hold short runway 25.
What's your number 25 down if you still have?
Qantas 735, hold short 3, then contact the other ground on 126.5.
Maintain 5,000. Maintain 5,000. 618 recently has reported the drone that email was hitting 230 from Sydney. So that
Juliet, contact by Golf, 254. Bravo 2, hold short runway 3 left.
It was a nice takeoff of Philippine Airlines, and we already see a bit of queue out here for departures from runway 34 left, which is nice because we always love it to be busy out here in Sydney.
Alright, I'll get you to taxi
And good morning once again. Welcome all. Welcome to the live show. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night to all joining us from wherever in the world you all are joining us. Yes, Brendiva, even China Airlines A350, they landed out that side. Sadly, we should have got it over here. You know, we would have got so much of that action, but yeah, we didn't get it. Yeah, indeed, there are two Aussies out here. Almost the same name. We just have the prefix 10, I would say, or suffix 10, not prefix. Yeah, Bella, that was nice. Philippine Airlines. Waiting for Cebu Pacific. They will be off later in the day, A330-900.
Ground, firm hold short drop.
All right. Making way for the child. Qantas 737.
Call sign, your FMS, please.
And as we pan around, we do have United. I do believe this is the service to San Francisco.
Yeah, big one ready, tower 120.
Cross from A25, hold. Short runway 25.
Control. Request.
The Alpha hold for the international 2.
Alpha hold short.
And Qantas A330, they've already begun their takeoff roll. As we see them on screen, we'll just pan around for them.
Cross 25, hold short 0.
Yeah, and then all the action out here. Jetstar, Vietnam Airlines, Qantas, Garuda, Indonesia, and then there's United.
John on runway 25, cross runway 3, that's Yankee Bay 30.
Runway 25, cross before left, Yankee International Bay 30, down to Station by 1.
Finally, VHT. We've been watching it for quite some time out on Flight Radar. Now they are right in front of us.
Down to taxi off. 25, follow a dash 8 that you'll see from Bay 8 in front of you, then hold for the go. From the 1139 scenic, give away to company inbound shortly, space 40 pushback spread.
Yeah, we got quite a lot of those A330s of Qantas. I do believe we will be getting at least one more on today's live stream. There's still quite a lot of time for us to call it a day. Just 10:45 a.m. Maybe we'll just be out and about like at what, 1 o'clock? But let's see. Yeah, indeed, Aussie. We have quite a lot of that thing. If we just pan around to show you, look at that. Like this morning, we were starving for planes. We just couldn't see a single one. And likewise, even yesterday at a certain point. But for today, yeah, we have a good lineup. That does mean we are just about to get super busy with panning around. So let's see.
level 280, Qantas 171.
Qantas 81 on Alpha, cross
135 decimal 9er. 351, F1 127.
Hey Aussie, yeah, we will be at that time out here at 12:30, so we should be able to see the A340. It's just going to be the second time ever on our live stream that we happen to get one.
All stations, see expected departure.
Charlie contact, set up 124 decimal 55. Set up 125 decimal 0.
X-Rod up.
161, clear direct Avon.
Direct Avon, Qantas 161. 5. 29, ground, g'day, cross from 825, good one.
Okay, let us enjoy that view. Look at that.
A34 left, clear for takeoff.
34 left, clear for takeoff. Contact Melbourne, set up 125 decimal 0. 125 decimal 0, just 511 today.
decimal 5.
Roger, Alpha 6 holding, fly 105 minutes.
Ready.
Turn down 7 to heavy Sydney Tower. 718, 125, not 34 left, clear for that.
Woohoo! Hey William, hello. Good afternoon, William. I do believe it's evening out there in Indiana. Good evening, William. Hoping everything's well. Yes, Aussie, here you are. We already have the A380 of Qantas. Hey, Joker. Hello, hello. Oh, yeah, Joker. I do believe you got timed out because there were repetitive messages. So the night bot would have timed it out. Yeah, but welcome back, mates. Yeah, don't stress too much about it. I think quite a lot of repetitive messages will get timed out automatically because that is how we have it. We just mentioned yesterday as well that we do not have moderators on coming from the coming week. So yeah, we have set up Nightbot to do all the automatic lifting for the next few weeks. Yeah, but no stress, Scott. Yeah, I think if there's too much of messages, like, you know, the repetitive messages, yeah, you'll end up getting blocked, like a timeout for 5 minutes, I believe, something that way. Oh, okay, so William says it's Saturday evening here. Ooh, that's nice. Yeah, I'm glad to know, mates, glad to know, and hoping you're going to have a great time in Indiana. Hoping you're staying nice and cool. I heard it's quite hot and quite a lot of heat waves out there in the United States, so stay cool, William. Bella says I'm lurking whilst having breakfast. That's nice. Enjoy your breakfast, Bella. Have a good one. Oh, cool, Aussie. No problem. Enjoy it. I think quite a lot of people are excited about the A340. But yeah, for the most part, it does seem to be that people got a good view of the A340s in the last few days and things like that. But yeah, let us see them departing. Will be nice.
So, Bravo 4 to 33.
Hello, just Beijing, Spain.
Why do you say so, Brendiva? What is so special about the A380s just in Australia and not anywhere else? Because I do believe the world gets quite a lot of the A380 services all across, be it Australia, be it Singapore. Singapore is a hub, actually. So yeah, they do get quite a bit. Dubai, yeah, you don't really even need to speak about Dubai because they are the home of the A380s. And yeah, quite a lot of airports in the United States get the A380. London, another hub that you see a lot of A380s of Emirates as well as its very own British Airways. You see A380 services to India, to Germany. Yeah, quite a lot of places. So what would make them special out here in Australia? Is there any specific reason to it or something? Ah, okay, yeah. They do fly long, but I do believe one of the longest A380 flights, they don't really come to Australia except for the Dallas-Fort Worth service to Sydney, which takes just about 17 hours. And on certain days, we have seen them crossing 17 hours in the air, especially, if there's a diversion or if the airspace is a bit too congested, especially at Dallas in Texas. Yeah, so at that time there's quite a bit of that routing going on as the planes take off. So yeah, we have seen quite a lot of times the Dallas-Fort Worth service having spent a little over 17 hours in the air. But yeah, for the most part, I think that's the longest A380 service we end up getting here in Australia. But if you look at the Middle East, you'll see quite a lot of them. Los Angeles to Dubai, 16 hours. And there are services from New York to Dubai as well. But those are slightly shorter, I think 14 hours and 10 minutes because we had been on them. But there are quite a lot of those other A380 services that are slightly bit longer. And they almost end up matching the ones out here in Sydney with the Sydney to Dallas-Fort Worth service. Oh my goodness, Regine says 94 degrees. 94 is hot. Yes, Brandiva, pretty long, and it's just adding up. Look, another one. Yeah, but Brandiva, this is usually the case that we used to see very many times. And as you know, because we are not in daylight savings, that's why this line is quite early. Else usually you'll see this happening somewhere around 11:40, which speaks for itself because right now it's 10:53 a.m. So, just about an hour earlier. But for the most part, it's almost about noon time when we end up seeing a lot of this big long queue. Having said that, we are going to be enjoying for the next few minutes because there's all of these planes that we will be capturing that take off, as well as by the time they take off, it's going to be a while because there'll be a lot of arrivals as well, just as we see on screen now. Oh, thank you, Regine. Thank you. Really appreciate it.
Got a 735 before left.
Take approach 135-180.
Yeah, good morning, Qantas 81 Super. Qantas 81 Super target A. This morning, we'll get to you as soon as we can. Like that, okay, thank you. Qantas 730.
Woo! Brandiva, welcome to the membership. Thank you so very much, and thanks for using the wonderful emojis. Yep, I noticed that, Brandiva. Thank you very much. Thank you. Hey, Ozzy, which one are you talking about? I did not see the Pride delivery, at least not right in front of my eyes from what I see. So not too sure which one you were talking about, unless there's one waiting in queue. Let us give a go and have a look. Yeah, I don't really think so. Yeah, I don't really think so. We see any of the Pride liveries out there. Unless we may have totally missed out. And that could be a possibility because we were just spanning around this way and that way. Alrighty, let us get back to the comments. Regine says, I enjoy even nighttime iced chocolate cappuccino. Yeah, never say never to an iced chocolate. Why would we, right? Enjoy it, Regine, enjoy. And you've got to enjoy. It's the weekend and it's summer. You've got to enjoy the iced chocolate cappuccino. Enjoy it, mates. Roy says, hey, I'll be on GA713 to Jakarta later. I do believe that is on the Pokemon livery, if I'm not wrong, Roy. And do you think we could get a wave inside? Alrighty, so Roy, we are out here at the base of the old ATC tower. I mean, for a wave, it's like I'm pretty sure even if you were seated at the window, it would be pretty hard for you to get a glimpse of us, and likewise for us to get a glimpse of you, unless it would have been nighttime and maybe you were shining your light and we would be able to see it. Or in the other sense, it would have been good if we were at Shep's Mound. But having said that, what's your seat number? Are you going to be on the left side of the plane or the right side? Because that also depends. As well as we don't really know what the runway configuration will be by then. Because for now, runway 34 is in operation. But yeah, when GA713 does depart, it's going to be a while. So not too sure how that one is going to work. Alright, Scott says, I have to dance tonight. I like Dua Lipa. Someday I love the company. Thank you, friend. Cool. Ozzy says, the Qantas 737 that just landed. Ooh, okay, sorry. Then I think we missed out because we weren't looking at it so closely. Yeah, because we were trying to capture all of that aircraft out there that we see on screen. So yeah, sadly, apologies for that one. We did not capture it. Joker says, I enjoyed the company. Take care. Take care, mates. Hoping you have a great one. And enjoy. Have a great weekend. Yeah, let us see if we get the Pride livery, Aussie, as they depart. Maybe in the next hour and a half, if they are departing, maybe we could possibly get them. But only time will tell.
Line up 3 for left and wait. Delta right take 350 past 1800, climb to 3000.
Alrighty, SQ232 Sydney to Singapore service. They will be beginning that taxi shortly. They are squawking out there. We should be getting them. We haven't seen Scoot arrive. What really happened out there? Are they delayed today? Or did we miss them out totally? We didn't see Scoot. Okay. They seem to be quite far off at this very moment. 12 minutes. United to San Francisco.
Saturday, D34 left, 2 for takeoff.
Alright, United to San Francisco has begun its takeoff roll. Let us capture it for all of you. And once again, thank you very much to all joining us on our live stream. Wishing you a very, very good morning. Alright, Regine says, I like to write down different models of planes. Sure do. That's very nice, Regine. I'm pretty sure you're going to be having a great record of all of the things. Thank you very much, Brandiva. Take care of yourself. Thanks for joining us. Hope to see you next time.
Cancel speed, 5,000 block the 1139.
715, contact departures 118844.
11814 and December 15. Now category 9. The current any changes of fire capped line. United 870, contact departure. Is with a climate out of 1.2 for 5,000.
United 870 heavy departures today identified. Climb by a SID to 160.
Climb by a SID up to 160, United 870.
Okay, we have a comment. We can't really read that name, but it does say 12 years. Hello, mates. Hoping everything's well. The tall tail looked similar to Alaska livery. Which one are you referring to, Regine? I think what we had was United that just departed. Probably that one. Not a problem, Roy. So Roy says, I checked my boarding pass. I'm on 36A for today. Okay, so when you're 36A, that does mean you're on the left side of the plane. Aha. So Roy, we will not see you as the plane is taxiing past in front of us. But what will happen is if the very same runway configuration is maintained, that is runway 16, you can see, we will see the left side of the plane. But by then, by the time your plane passes right in front of us, it's going to be too fast for us to even capture anything. Had it to be nighttime, maybe if you were shining your light, we were able to capture that. But we will still give it a go. We'll still capture your departure, and then maybe once you do arrive in Jakarta and you're nice and free, you can have a look at it. Beautiful looking tail. Yeah, if you're talking about the United Airlines, then yeah, definitely.
Uniform on Echo into 24. Your engine runs remaining east of Golf.
Melbourne to Sydney, QF 434.
Identified. Climb to 9,000.
Climb to 9,000, gauge is 80.
There is a P threshold of 2.
0.
Climb follow 170, Quebec 162 Delta.
Follows the 320 vacating the ramp and then hold short 25.
Follows 321.
Yeah, awaiting the departure of the A380 QF81 Sydney to Singapore service. It's going to be nice. Just earlier today we were talking about the A380s of Qantas, so let's give it a go. Oh, you're getting hammered with rain. Stay safe, mates. Stay safe and stay dry.
Charlie, if you prefer.
39. Contact business center 132.135.
132.35, killing quad 62 there.
86, contact departures 118.4, your request?
118.4, we did it 6 days.
And Qantas A380. Joker, yeah. Take care, Scott. Hoping everything's well. Yeah, just stay safe in the rain. Sometimes the rain can be a bit of a pain, especially when you have to go out and get work done. But you know, all you end up doing is end up getting wet in the rain. So yeah, let us see how it works out for you. Hopefully the rain stops and it gets nice and sunny for you tomorrow.
Chinese 562, taxi via Alpha, hold short, run 25. No, Alpha, children with 25, and engine 5.
Ambulance 295, ground cadet. Right, golf and hold short of Delta for your runner. Sydney traffic and Whiskey is now current with a cloud 3000, recent 5 at 3 p.m. Combination.
270.
QF81 just making way for Launceston service, Launceston to Sydney JQ746. That's coming in on the A320. Once that's done, we should have QF81 departing to Singapore Changi International Airport. Better check the age of the A320, 15 years, November of 2010. They still have plenty of use left out there. Okay, we see it. Yeah, Scott, not too sure what you could do, but maybe just stay home and have a cup of nice coffee, I would say, and some nice comforting food. You can't get any better than that, right?
Identified.
Main 25 and hold short off.
Hey Roy, yeah, that's the one, the A340. We'll end up seeing it somewhere around 12:30, 1 o'clock today. They'll be pushed back pretty soon for their departure, in preparation for their departure.
Approach.
660, contact departures 118.44.
118.44, that's 660, go.
And there you go, Qantas QF81 for its flight to Singapore Changi International Airport, registered as VHOQD. Age of the aircraft 17 years old. November of 2008 is when it was delivered. Yeah, Aussie, it's going to be pushed back, and like I said, you know, they'll just be getting ready, so a bit here and there before they do depart and we finally see them. So going to take a while though. Let us see how that one works out. Still quite a bit of time, I would say almost 2 hours more, because you know, by the time you get pushed back and end up taxiing, it's going to be a bit of time.
You'll be number 1 to 40 under tow on the cross runway.
Just 5 taxi.
Good day, United 70.
Sydney to Perth service QF 645 on the 737-800, and as you can see, most of the departure crowd is cleared off, and we will be getting a bit more of them. MU562 China Eastern Sydney to Shanghai on their A350. We'll pan around and show it to you. Hey Blake, yes, we did get that Qantas, and I think we'll be getting a lot more of the Qantas departures. In fact, one's just around the corner out there. Of course, that is the lighter version, Sydney to Perth service.
Identified 9,000.
Over Bravo, sleeping down. 47, ready contact tower 120 decimal.
Traffic information is now currently only change unauthorised. As reported 30 degrees at 8 miles from Sydney at 8,000 feet.
Let us go for Scoot.
Bravo 825, contact tower east 125 decimal.
Yes, Jetstar, we do see it. You're able to see Jetstar as we are panning around and focusing our attention on Scoot. We're able to see Jetstar there, you see.
And sitting down at Alpha and
Yes, Aussie, another A380, and that will be Singapore Airlines SQ232. I'm glad they pushed back early today. I think last week they were a bit too late. Last Thursday, I believe. Not this past Thursday, the one before that. And they were quite late, but today they seem to be on time. So we'll be getting another one.
And holding point Alpha 6 from 34 left.
Yes, Blake, that is right, Bango Pancake.
Very shortly. Cross to 5 and hold short Charlie 1. Aircraft 5 and able, hold short Charlie 1, go Charlie.
Just 135, 849. 135,
And 100 to 995. Ambulance 295.
Flight level 280, Connect 580.
Anyone down to give way to the E-Jet taxiing and out of the 8 and then continue to
Alrighty, Roy, good luck, and I'm glad you are traveling on the Pokemon livery. So yeah, we'll try capturing your plane as it departs. Hopefully you can still watch us as you are on the takeoff roll. Of course, by that time you will still have enough of network and 4G, 5G, I believe. But maybe soon after takeoff you may not have network. So maybe you can just watch your own departure roll out from here in Sydney. Let's give it a go. All right, Roy, not a issue at all. Just take care. Have a wonderful boarding experience. Just settle in on a seat, get everything done, and then maybe we can have a chat yet again.
Contact departure from 9H-BIG. X-ray Whiskey Zulu, Sydney is 1000 on the bus southbound. Clear fuel departures identified, clear on the bus southbound. On the bus southbound, X-ray Whiskey Zulu. Jet 557, clear direct to Wollongong. Clear direct to Wollongong, Jet 557.
Traffic 8 in 18. 25, hold short. Bravo 10.
What's the way 25? And hold short of Bravo 10.
We're not going to call the up. 5.
That was a nice one. Service to Shanghai on China Eastern, A350-9.
204 down, give way to on Charlie shortly.
Thank you very much once again to all joining us from all across the world. And if I haven't mentioned it, you know what to do if you're enjoying the stream. Just hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and keep coming for more, because we will be bringing a lot of this aviation action for you.
13235, connect 518. Identified, climb by 229,000. Climb by 229,000, generation 562.
1818, hold short 34 left. Take the underground, 126.5.
Yes, Scott, even if it's crazy weather, you've got to fly, but pilots do take reasonable precaution to avoid bad weather. They will never really fly into bad weather intentionally. They'll always be flying around it or something that way. Or if in case you can't fly around it, you've got to find a patch where it's the least it's going to be the least disturbance to passengers, to the plane, as well as all those sort of things. It's a very complex thing. Of course, they do plan their route well ahead in advance, even before they are in the cockpit.
35 Delta across May 25, hold 0. 515, Sydney ground, 34, British Express.
295, 787 at the full length will be lining up to hold.
Climb by Bob 280.
Climb by Bob 280.
Okay, as we can see, a bit of cloud cover out there at the edge of runway 34. L. 34 left.
Sorry, but Charlie Bay, 15 and push off 38, just give my them time prior to the report. 491, push got 34, there will make from 38, push approved. Bravo 8125, on Bravo 25, then taxi by Golf, and hold short of Golf 4.
On Bravo 5, then taxi by Golf, short Golf 4, Runway 1.
JQ47 Seoul engine service from Sydney on Jetstar 787-8 Dreamliner. We will be able to see them shortly on their takeoff roll.
Just warning, ambulance 295, turning left, heading 230, park 1,600, climbing 3,000.
295 departures identified, climb by 25,000.
5,000, ambulance 289.
537, contact Melbourne Centre 125, date 40.
Alrighty, Con Raptus. Good morning, Con Raptus. Hope you're doing well. Con Raptus says, I have your picture, is it? Are you around the place or something? Okay, let us get Jetstar.
Hello, Keeling 435 Delta, ready.
Cubic 435 Delta, ciao.
Keeling 18-8, Lima cross runway 34 left, taxi hold Alpha 6, runway 34 left. That's cross runway 34 left. That's 2002 on Alpha 25 and taxi when Alpha 6 runway.
Alright, Con Raptus says, I have your coverage on while streaming Island 98.5, Hawaii's #1 radio station in the background. Ooh, that's nice. Thank you very much. Really appreciate you doing that. I do believe that we may be good enough for you to do that. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Good morning and welcome to the live stream from here in Sydney. VA833 will be arriving on runway 34 left before we do get the departure of Singapore Airlines A380 service to Singapore Changi International Airport.
Terminated, frequency change approved.
Via 25, hold short of Charlie. For South West, Transponder 326. Virgin 73, that'll make over the hold short 25. You need a Virgin hold short 25, 1 Bravo 8125, new taxi to the domestic flight.
That was a nice touchdown. We did see them smoking the wheels. And having said that, we'll pan around to Cebu Pacific. This is Cebu Pacific. Hey, good morning, A.SFC. Good morning. Welcome to the stream and thank you very much for joining us.
Departures identified. Jetstar 47, contact approach 135, date 49.
Push out 4 a.m.
Departures 118.8.
Ooh, that's nice, Roy. Welcome back, and yeah, hoping everything's well. Is it a full flight? I do believe yes, right? Because I think there's quite a lot of people traveling between Jakarta and Sydney very, very often. Business travelers, leisure, people visiting family and friends. So yes, I do believe it could possibly be a full flight, especially on a Sunday morning. SQ232 to Singapore Changi International Airport, Terminal 3. Another A380 departure over here on our channel. And MF802 Xiamen Air to Xiamen on their 787-9 Dreamliner. The AX is taking Chelsea Football Club to Hong Kong. Yes, it's been there for quite some time, right? Like everyone's been talking about it, and yeah, it's going to be wonderful to capture them here on our stream, as long as the weather's right and everything goes well. Thanks, Blick. Thank you very much. Indeed, we love that A380 so much that we have the A380 love emoji, and we were to get the emoji for Vegemite. Yeah, it's been a while now. We promised one of our viewers that we would be getting it, and we didn't get it last week. We didn't get it last night. We promised our viewer last night as well. Hopefully today.
Just a 407 going to the Ultra Bravo 8. Just the other push will give you the total wanted to one. Thanks. Bravo, contact down the ground, wanted. Velocity flight 15, 5, hold short Sierra. Just on 606, cross 25, hold short Bravo 4. November 1, 2, early Lima. Second right onto Lima, and hold of runway 34 left.
Right on to Lima and hold short 232, contact departures 118, decimal 4.
407, hold short 25.
Foxtrot 25, dispatch 407. Bay 34, back approved. Approved, Bay 34 with an 713. On the first and 6, request. On departures. China 736, taxi via Gulf, Alpha and short of runway 25. Taxi via Gulf, Alpha, hold short of runway 25, 7326. November 21 Charlie Lima on Lima, cross 34 left, then left on Alpha, taxi holding point Alpha 6, runway 32. Area Alpha, Bravo. Secretary Bravo ground. We just got no area Alpha on 150. Alternate or what's the plan is?
39 Delta, City Jump. Tuning 18, 18. Departures, good day.
Departures, good day.
United. 55 to 1030.
On the pond, 90 heavy, Sydney down,
18 departures identified, climb by 69,000. Climb by 69,000.
HX18 Sydney to Hong Kong on the Airbus A330-300. They are around the corner. We'll be capturing them as they do taxi right in front of us.
November 1, Charlie Lima, when ready, front power 120 decimal.
Ooh, yay! Happy and safe journey, Roy. Hoping everything goes well, and stay tuned till the time you take off. Hopefully you'll able to see your very own departure roll from outside out here.
Kidding 39, George, runway 34, left, clear to land.
Let me see if I can get the bin chicken.
China Southern 326 on across runway 25 and holding point Alpha 6, runway 34 left.
Up across runway 25 and holding point Alpha 6 to the runway 3.
Just a quick touch.
Hey Blake, are you asking us about the airline? If you're asking just about the airline, then yeah, it's Hong Kong. But Ibis, I think that's a hotel chain or something as well. I mean, I'm not too sure. I think there's quite a lot of different words to it or whatever. But yeah, for the most part, we do see Hotel Ibis just around the corner out here as well. So I'm not too sure if you're referring to that. A joker, that is Scott, says there's a song, she's a long cool with a black dress, the Hollies, hell yeah. Nice to see Scott enjoying himself out there on our live stream.
Identified. Clear Bondi 5 southbound. Clear Bondi 5 southbound, Bravo to from killer. 5516 Sydney, taxi, hold short Bravo 8. And up runway 34 left,
Ozzy says something is coming. What's that, mates? China. Yeah, China Southern will be getting them. That's the Dash 8, Mick. That's the Dash 8 400 that you see on screen now. We see quite a lot of them out here, like on this link. We see quite a lot. And they've been featured very many times. You see a lot more when you're at Shep's Mound because you get to see these Dash 8s taxiing right in front of you.
Tuesday 9 Delta Sydney going today. Make 65, back together.
You've got taxi today, Julie, 39.
516, hold short, mate.
decimal 5.
0.5
Line number on the 34 left.
And let us capture the departure of Cebu Pacific.
Indonesia 713.
Cebu Pacific to Manila, A330-900.
Yankee, hold short runway 25.
Woohoo! Got that rotation finally and up in the air. Positive climb, landing gear up. And they'll be doing that right behind us. Chamonix MF802. Yeah, next. Sydney to Tokyo Haneda service on QF59. Airbus A330-800 has pushed back.
Just diary 40,
Ooh.
sitting down.
Alright, Mick says I meant the one with the red tail and yellow writing. Really?
That's the whole
Okay, I got to know what you were saying. Are you talking about that? That is Hong Kong Airlines. Were you talking about that one, the A330?
The taxi out, cross runway 25.
I do believe you would have been asking us about that one, the A330-300 MiG, if I'm not wrong. Beautiful Fiji on finals. Yeah, let us capture Fiji Airways coming in from Nadi. The A350-900, we did speak about them earlier today, and glad to see them finally just about there. Won't be too long before we get them. Alright, MF802. They should begin that takeoff roll now. Third plane on screen now. Okay. Oh, okay. I think we would have changed positions. But if you're talking about the third on the right, then yes, that's Hong Kong Airlines MiG. That is indeed Hong Kong. But don't worry, we'll able to get a very good view of them as they come departing on their takeoff roll. We'll get to see a very good view of them.
On Alpha, runway 25, taxi hold point Alpha 6, runway 34 left.
Alright, to be confirmed says hello. Can someone say hello? I am new. Hello, to be confirmed. It's confirmed. I have said hello to you. How are you, to be confirmed? Hoping everything's well with you. Thanks for joining us. Okay, cool, Mick. Thanks. We could answer you. Hopefully we get a nice departure. All right, Roy says I'm hungry for lunch already. Yeah, just a few more minutes, I would say, or maybe not a few more minutes. I would say to you, Roy, you've just got to wait another 40-45 minutes, I believe, because we see quite a lot of congestion out here already for takeoff, and then even after taking off you need another 10-15 minutes for the seat belt sign to be off. And after that, as you know, once the seatbelt signs are off, you will take off your seatbelt, but then there'll be a manual announcement which says even though the seatbelt sign is off, you've got to be fastened with your seatbelt at all times. But yeah, having said that, you can then expect your lunch after all of the food is heated up and stuff like that. So yeah, let's just say 45 minutes in for them to begin the meal service. So by the time you get your lunch, it's going to be a while. But having said that, let us just hope everything works quickly for you. Qantas A330 to Tokyo Haneda. And then this is the plane that we always talk about, NH-890, All Nippon Airways Sydney to Tokyo Haneda service. They are usually the one that closes off the morning departure peak. Hey, to be confirmed. They are just, I would not even say stuck. I would just say it's normal part of operations out here in Sydney. You know, you've got to make way for the arriving aircraft, and then there's departing aircraft. But yeah, they won't be delayed. By the time they are in the air, they'll just, make up for the lost time. It's not way too much for them. All good. Alrighty. Alright, Roy, we will have a look. You're about to pass us. Yeah, we do see your flight out there. To be confirmed says, are you recording that at the airport? Yes, we are just outside the airport perimeter. This is the Planespotting beach. And this is Roy's plane. Yeah, so Roy, you are seated on the left side of this plane. We are on the right side. But of course, when you do depart, we will able to see the left side of the plane, Roy. So here you are. This is Roy.
Ready, contact tower 120.5.
Tower 120.5.
Yeah, that's right, Mick. They are just waiting for clearance. It's going to be a while before they get it because, as I see around on the right, we do have an arrival of Fiji Airways. We'll be capturing that on screen.
Okay. Tag yellow Mike.
So we'll pan around just to get Fiji Airways. Yeah, Roy, is it the same on the inside? Because that is something I did not know and I was commenting on it earlier today. Lucky us to have you out there on board. Do you see Pokemon stickers or whatever on the inside of the plane as well? Just like how we would see on All Nippon Airways or Scoot? Or is it just bare bones minimum, just like any other plane? Hey, to be confirmed, no, we aren't recording. We are just live streaming to YouTube, so we aren't recording this video. It's just a good old live stream. And for the audio, we have a microphone as such, so that's how we get the audio. Oh, sorry. So if you're asking us about the audio of the ATC, we have the ATC scanner out here with us. So we route it through the microphone, and that's how we get it through the microphone mixer and all of that. Okay, another big queue out here of all the heavies.
802, contact approach on 135.9. Good day. Departure 135.9.
Hey, good morning, Daniel. Welcome back once again. Nice to see you. Thanks for joining us. Appreciate it, mates.
Line up from my 34 left and right. There will be a short line up for space.
A.SFC says, I flew on Cathay A350 recently and it impressed me a lot. Hadn't been on an A350 for many years, so loved it. That's very nice, A.SFC. We've been on quite a lot of A350s. Sadly, we've never been on any of the A350s of Cathay Pacific. So yeah, I've only ever been on the A350 of Singapore Airlines. And Mick, there you go. That is Hong Kong Airlines, the first one to depart in the last of the morning peak. The morning peak sessions. Alright, to be confirmed says, are you going on the plane? Not as of now. But we do have our viewer Roy. Alright, so Roy says, yeah, the headrests are Pikachu. Ooh, that's nice. That's nice. Thanks for confirming that for us. Very nice. Really appreciate it. Hey, to be confirmed, I believe so, that it was a private one, Bombardier Global 7500. Yeah, I do believe it would be so.
Station Zeta's formation is Yankee, wind 330 at 10 knots, temperature 18, QNH 030.
Okay. 91, contact Melbourne. Try again, Brisbane Centre on 132.35 today. 132.35 velocity, 491 today. 6771, cross from 825, short Bravo 10. 255, short Bravo 10. 74. Check the forward, stick around that base field occupied, taxi hold 65. Taxi hold 65.
Let us capture Hong Kong Airlines on their departure roll.
1281 on Lima, cross from 4 left, taxi holding point Alpha 6, 4 left.
Nice and beautiful A330 of Hong Kong Airlines that has departed runway 34 left from Sydney's International Airport. Hello, Hunters. Hunter Shields. Hello, Hunter Shields. How are you? Hoping you're doing well. To be confirmed says your vids are awesome. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Roy says, last time I was on Garuda, Indonesia, I got served nasi ayam balado for lunch. I really have no idea. I know nasi goreng and nasi lemak, but yeah, I don't know this one. But if that's something you love, go for it, Roy. Again, it'll be fun. Hunter says, I'm in Frankfurt boarding my 747. Ooh, Hunter, are you boarding the 747-400 or are you boarding the 747-8? If you're boarding the 747-8 of Lufthansa, are you lucky enough to get the 100-year anniversary livery of Lufthansa? How's everything? Hunter, let us know about it. That is so nice. Mick says, that was a Bombardier Global. Yes, we saw that one. Corporate jet that just took off. Indeed, indeed.
The 411 cross runway 25. Let's go Bravo 4.
Yes, so yeah, good morning, Scott. Good morning. So what I was saying is we do have quite a bit of these departures lined up. We'll be getting each and every one of them out and about.
Let's hold short, Bravo 10. That's 519 Sydney ground, g'day, short runway 25.
Tucker Bravo, Hotel, hold short of.
Hey, AvGeek, welcome back. Welcome. And this is the second time in, I think, little over 40 minutes that we've got so much of traffic. There was quite a bit and then it got cleared and then again. But you know, this is the usual one, end of the morning departure peak session. We always get it, and you would have realized I always mention about it. And if you would have also paid close attention, I always keep saying that ANA, that is All Nippon Airways, usually closes the morning peak departure session. Today it seems to be almost the same case. As you can see, ANA right at the center of the screen, and then slightly off center left we have Garuda Indonesia with its Pokemon livery. Wow, Hunter, you're going to Tokyo Haneda. Mate, we were at Tokyo Haneda earlier this year and we captured Lufthansa's Boeing 747-8 in retro livery. I hope you have a great time on your 747, and I do believe then you are traveling on Lufthansa 747-8. Did you get the 100-year anniversary livery of Lufthansa? Are you on that plane? If you are, congratulations to you.
45, taxi the flight, and hold short of runway 4 left. I'm not sure if you have CT parking.
Juliet ground, g'day. Traffic 38, base 32, push approved. Maintaining cross runway 25.
To be confirmed says, I thought 747s already retired, though no, to be confirmed, they aren't. Lufthansa still flies their 747-400s. They have a lot of 747-8s. The 747-8s are going to be around for the foreseeable future. They do fly the 747-8s to Munich and, from Munich to Los Angeles, and quite a lot of them. I'm not too well versed with their network, but yeah, they do fly quite a lot of them. We've spotted them personally at Los Angeles as well as at Tokyo Haneda. Yeah, for cargo, here in Australia we don't get any 747 passenger variant, but the closest place away from here in Australia, if you want to see a 747 passenger variant, you can just travel to Singapore Changi, wherein Lufthansa flies its 747-400 every morning just past midnight, daily service to Frankfurt. So that is one thing, but yeah. Yeah, we do have A380s, but again, the A380s are dwindling as well. They are just on tenterhooks, I would say, for the most part. But yeah, A380 capital of the world, go to Dubai, you'll see Emirates having a lot of them. In fact, you are anywhere in the city and you look at the sky, you'll always be able to see A380s departing and arriving out there in Dubai based on the runways that are being used at any given time. Usually when they fly right up above over when it's a city side takeoff, you'll almost always see them. So it's a thing. But with the 747s, yes, you don't really see very many airlines, but Lufthansa had so many of them, just like how Emirates is the largest operator of the A380, so also Lufthansa was the largest operator of the 747s, and it makes sense that they would be having quite a lot of them. They are in a phased, in a progressive thing where they will phase out the 747s slowly and steadily, of course starting off with the 747-400s, and hopefully we can fly and get those 747s someday. Yeah, we did capture the 747 at Tokyo Haneda not too long ago. That is just a little less than 6 months from now is when we had captured them. And as Lufthansa has painted its 747-8s in not all of them, but I think one or two. Correct me if anyone knows it much better, but I'm pretty sure there's one that has the 100-year anniversary livery.
So sitting down, give 78 under, toe onto 30, and then base 30, push back through.
All right. Scott says, I like AC/DC. AvGeek is asking us, when is our next stream? So after today. So AvGeek, after today, I do believe it should be Tuesday or Wednesday, but please don't hold my feet to the fire on that one, because whenever we promise a weekday stream, it takes a lot to make it successful. It's like we are at our day job and then we've got things to work out there, not finish work late so that we can come over here to the airport and film and all that thing. So yeah, please don't hold our feet to the fire on that one. But for the most part, we always try giving it a go. Yeah, I say Tuesday because I am expecting Tuesday to be a slightly less stressful day at work, so that is how it is. But anything can happen anytime, I would say. Let us see how that one works though. But yeah, for the most part, I would expect Tuesday or Wednesday. All right, to be confirmed says, oh yeah, I make paper planes, I print the parts out, then I cut, then I glue. So I wish I could show you one day they are realistic. Oh, that's nice. To be confirmed, if you use Instagram, just go out there, tag us on Instagram, and we'll able to see it. You can just tag us. We are out there. Sydney Airways is the name of the profile. Hunter says they will be flying them into the late 2030s. Yeah, Hunter, they will be flying the 747-8s, right? Are they going to fly the 747-400s? Because I'm a bit scared. In fact, one of our viewers asked us about the 747-400s to try out and film for them on the 747-400. That is something we want to do as well. So let us see. Wow. Look at that. Cathay Pacific Boeing 777.
71 departures I identify, climb bus to the 5.
What Instagram? Okay, Instagram is just, I would say, social media sort of thing where you post a lot of reels, your pictures and stuff like that. But yeah, you can just search us. Sydney Airways is the name of the profile, and tag us along. And when you do tag us, we're able to see the picture. You made a Lufthansa. That is nice. All right, out there, Qantas service to Tokyo Haneda. Scott says, I like paper planes.
Hotel, hold short, east.
To be confirmed says, okay, I'll be back soon. Bye guys, cool. Roy says, I mean, aside from the terrible IFE, the cabin is a vibe and pretty cute because of all the Pikachus. Yes, I totally agree with you, Roy, because the IFE has been a source of criticism quite a bit for Garuda Indonesia. But, you know, it's also because their planes are aging. So hopefully when they do end up buying the newer ones, I'm pretty sure they will look at it and get stuff done. Because, you know, at this stage, it may not make much financial sense for them to refurbish and get a new entertainment screen on these planes that are already aging and stuff like that. So let's see, the future is for them to behold, and hopefully we get to see some really good entertainment screens on Garuda Indonesia. AvGeek says no lag on my end, is it? Like, what's with the lag? Hey, to be confirmed, so you don't really need to send. What you need to do is just tag us along and we'll be able to see it whenever we check Instagram, which should be tonight. AvGeek says, I wonder if Cathay Pacific will fly the A350 or 777s here to Hobart. That is a question that a lot of us are asking, but we are not too sure though. You know, it just depends, because filling up an A350, a 777, a Boeing 787 is no play whatsoever, you know. Of course, we do know that there's a market. There's quite a lot of people that travel to Asia from Hobart and onwards to Europe and wherever else they do. But for the very fact that Hobart is a city, Tasmania is a state, you need that people, you know. Airlines will look at volumes, no matter, no doubt. The market is in there, but airline will look for volumes. They want to have that slot, they want to be using it up to the brim, or if not up to the brim, at least 80% capacity is the minimum load that they look for. And that is something that needs to be addressed. We don't really know how that's going to work. You know, it's a two-way thing. Having said that, it's not only the airline's job, it's a two-way thing. It could also be this way that, let's say Cathay Pacific does announce a service saying, oh, it's going to be maybe a tri-weekly service. And that brings a lot of people to the point where they'll be thinking, oh yeah, there's a tri-weekly service. Let's book our tickets on so-and-so day. It's so much easier. And that will bring in the demand as well. But, you know, up to a certain point, it's just like whatever is established, and airlines have to serve them as such. So it's a thing. So let us see. Alright, Hunter says, I captured the Antonov 12 the last month in Brisbane. That's my rarest catch. Ooh, that's nice. That's nice. Appreciate it. Roy is asking us, will you be streaming by then? Roy, we will be streaming. We will be capturing your departure. We will also be here for some time because, you know, today we started off quite late. I think we started past 8 a.m. I think almost 8:30 is when we started. So yeah, we will be streaming for a while. before we end up and go home, get lunch. We are already hungry, we didn't have breakfast, so yeah, quite a thing for us. So hopefully, we get some nice food, and it's going to be a thing. We wanted to stay longer, but I don't think we'll stay too long, considering the fact that we are quite hungry and we are starving at this very moment. AvGeek says my rarest catch is the C-17A. I tell you, AvGeek, you are quite lucky with that. I've never really seen one, so it's only a dream. If in fact someday I do end up seeing it, that will be a really good thing for me. Scott says, here's a song for you. What you want to do for love? Yeah, thank you very much. Thanks for the recommendations. Maybe I'll just go back home and, have a look at it. We'll be reading through the chats anyway, so that's the time we will. But yeah, having said that, let us get the Tokyo Haneda service NH890 on the Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner.
Continue to plate 2, runway 25, hold short Charlie 1. Hold short Charlie 1.
Hey, to be confirmed, you can send it on Instagram, as in if you want to send it on Instagram, you will have to send us a message, which is totally fine. We do not use Discord because we just don't have time for it as such, because yeah, Discord pretty good platform, but yeah, we don't really have time, so we aren't on there.
66120, just 28 knots.
AvGeek says, guys, Nightbot is spamming. Yeah, no, that is what I was saying, because I think even Scott, that is the Joker one, they happen to get automatically timed out for 5 minutes because too much of a regular repetition with the comments it ends up. So yeah, stay safe, both of you, to be confirmed, as well as Joker. Hey, young Aussie flyer, g'day. How are you? Hoping everything's well with you. And Roy, we see your side of the plane, the left side of the plane out here on screen. Hey Jeff, hello, welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining us. Alright, sorry, to be confirmed then, Joker, you both are reaching the limits on Nightbot. It does seem to be y'all may just get temporarily timed out yet again. Yeah. Young Aussie Flash is doing well, mate. Been on a busy week. Glad to know you're well. And yeah, sometimes it's like super busy, right? So it's a thing. Alright, there you go, the left side of the plane. And Roy, our viewer, is out there on seat number 36A.
Taxi, enter runway 25 to the left, short Golf 1.
Hold short Golf 1.
Ooh, okay, see, this is what I was exactly talking about. It's like, yeah. But no problem, that's just a temporary one, so should be good to go. Hey Jeff, any cool liveries today? Not really, we just have Pokemon livery of Garuda Indonesia that you can see on screen, and then we did have One World livery of Japan Airlines that came in earlier today as JL51, but yeah, JL52 is what we captured on screen.
Alpha, phase 124.
That was Garuda Indonesia with our viewer Roy on there. Hey Roy, yes, it is usable even in bad weather. Everything's fine. Yeah, I think you know I may have to manually just get Nightbot out here to be updated, because we don't really want the comment section to be spammed. So yeah, like I said, you know, this thing that's how the thing is. Young Aussie Flyer says, "Do tell me about it. I'm just glad I've got nothing on today. By the way, the once yearly Sydney-Kalgoorlie flight will be departing 34 right shortly." So yeah, guys, I'm turning on airplane mode. Bye, everyone. Yeah, cool, Roy. Take care of yourself. And yeah, have a good one. Alright, it's nice and cloudy now. Just the clouds passing right in front of us. But the runway is still lit up, as you all can see.
649 Delta, contact tower, 140 system. Alpha, request taxi. 730, taxi and Hospital Golf. Taxi, hold short Golf.
Alright, Jeff says currently now there's a live stream at Dallas Fort Worth 2, wanting to see QF8 depart from there soon. Yeah, I think they do depart a bit later, right? Not exactly at this very moment, if I'm not wrong.
280 Jetstar 890.
Hunter says Jetstar doesn't go to Haneda, it goes to Narita, which is disappointing. Yeah, that is the thing. We do have Jetstar, quite a lot of Jetstars out there at Tokyo Narita Airport, but you may not see any at Haneda. But you know, that's how it works. Not much that we can do in regard to that, though, sadly. And that is the thing, you know, because people love traveling to Tokyo Haneda for the very fact that it is so much in the city center. When you think of Narita, it's in a totally different prefecture. Though it is known as Tokyo Narita, it is in Chiba prefecture, which is a totally different prefecture compared to Tokyo. Hey Jeff, yes, we did capture the 100-year anniversary livery, but we did not capture it coming in from Dallas Fort Worth this morning, because we started the stream quite late. We started today just a little before 8:30 a.m. in the morning. As you know, we usually start even before the curfew ends and during the shoulder period to capture British Airways BA15, but today we started off late. But we did capture it as it departed Sydney to Auckland. I think it was QF3 if I'm not mistaken. They did depart and we did capture them at that time, the 100-year anniversary livery. Hunter asks us, it's not a good airport, it's so small and it has one restaurant when you can get past security. Okay, I'm not too sure because I've only traveled through Tokyo Narita once, and the thing is, at that stage, it was early morning, just past security, and then I walked all the way through the terminal to get the A380, glimpse of the A380 of ANA, All Nippon Airways. Of course, that was Terminal 1, if I'm not wrong, Tokyo Narita Terminal 1. Not too sure what happens with the other two terminals, because I do believe Tokyo Narita has 3 terminals. Yes, Jeff, most likely they may be onwards to New York also. I wish they would come back again, but I really don't think we will be getting it anyway on the stream, even if they do fly back to Sydney. But for the most part, yeah, I think they will make their way onwards to New York City.
Ground, 104 TV, short 3 quarters.
With AvGeek. So the thing is, with Tokyo Narita, I know Terminal 1 has a lot of international flights and all. I have not been to the other two terminals, so yeah, I am pretty not sure. But yeah, Tokyo Narita is quite a big airport. If you see, I've always shared this fact that out of all the 747s ever made, 75%, a minimum of 75% of those 747s have passed through Tokyo Narita Airport at least once in their lifetime. So that speaks volumes for Tokyo Narita. And then we do know Tokyo Narita itself is an airport that was made when Haneda was getting way too busy back, I think, in the late 70s, mid to late 70s. So yeah, Tokyo Narita is quite huge that way. But in terms of eateries and all, like I said, I did not have a look. So maybe Hunter can confirm that for us, because we were at Terminal 1. We flew through Terminal 1. So yeah, possibly. Hey Hunter, welcome back, but please make sure you don't send too many comments, because what will happen is Nightbot is automatically going to be blocking that, because we already have it out here with all those repetitive comments will be timed out as such. So yeah. Alright, AvGeek, enjoy your lunch and have a good one.
From be Juliet Alpha Ultra.
Juliet Alpha Ultra, I'll make sure I made 3-4 left, grab 6.5, according to 7. Departures, g'day, queuing 490 Delta, heading 350, passing 1,700, climbing 3 Delta. 490 Delta, departures, g'day, identified, departure to 5,000. Departure 5,000, queuing 490 Delta.
Okay, Runway 25, hold short.
Direct E-box.
Thank you, direct to E-box, -1, 45.
Say 1, push back through. Quarter 522.
3 departures, g'day, identified, departure to 5,000. Alpha Descent.
All right, 12:14 a.m. at this very moment.
For give way to obstruction start, and then on Charlie hold runway 25.
LA 810 Sydney to Santiago on Latam Airlines. They have begun their taxi. We're able to see them.
190 Delta, clear direct to Canberra. Canberra, queuing 490 Delta.
Alrighty, Sydney to Kalgoorlie. There you go. QF1241, registered as VXG. They have begun their takeoff rule. Age of the aircraft 24 years old.
524, company 2B5, push back approved. 5 push approved, copy, come down. 5 Sydney Char.
Young Aussie flyer, there you go. Right here on our screen. Oh, how long ago was that, Hunter? And which terminal was it, in fact? Because the terminal that we used was Terminal 1, and I found it okay. But of course, with the eating options, that is not something we even checked out on the day, because, like I said, we had quite a bit, and then we had our departure pretty soon as well. Hey, Jeff. Yam Dreaming livery, yes, we captured it yesterday evening when you were here with us. Yes, we did capture it, yeah.
We continue Alpha until Alpha 6. Sure. Triple left. 1,900,000. 1,900,000. That's control 41.
Okay, please. Taxi on should have gone.
Contact Brisbane Center 128.6.
28.6, Qantas 145 degrees. Bravo 10, contact tower 127. 147.
Okay, LATAM Airlines, here you are.
Service Victor, Ultra Runway 34 left.
Oh, Terminal 3, okay, because that is what I was wondering, Hunter, because I've been only to Terminal 1 and I mentioned, I've only ever been once to Narita. Yeah, so I don't really know much about Terminal 3. Hopefully it may have improved, as you know, because the only thing that I heard back in February when I was out there is they were getting quite a lot of this renovation in phases done. At that stage, I don't know what to say, but the work that was being done at that stage was on the observation deck at Narita. So yeah, we couldn't really go have a look at the planes. But hopefully they would have improved. But I'm glad at least now you're flying to Tokyo Haneda, and that is going to make a massive difference for you.
Okay, Delta, cross runway 25, onshore Bravo 10. Okay, 418, runway 25. Qantas 524, 10, short of Gulf. Getting 40 Delta, taxi on Bravo 10, runway 34 left. Runway Bravo 10, runway 34 left.
Contact Melbourne Center 125.0.
Okay, that makes sense. Hunter, you say it's the nice non-budget airlines. It's nice in the none of the budget airlines area, but the budget airline spot isn't good. I flew there this year. Okay, cool.
Heading left 230, my 34 left and white. 230, line 34 left and white, 558.
Oh, Jeff, you're planning to go to New Zealand. Wow, that's nice. How long will you be there, and which airline are you flying with?
On a 737 contact today.
737 today.
Chester 913 Sydney Town. Break 65 and 58. For left, clear for takeoff. 34 left. Break 65 58.
Identified climb by 629,000.
Climb by 629,000, Qantas 737.
Yes, Hunter, we finally got that Pride livery. I think earlier today we happened to miss out on it, but we were lucky enough to get it as they departed now.
The main issues that is checking into it. Hopefully it won't be too long.
Climb 25180.
Threshold wind 360 degrees 2 knots, runway 34 left, clear to land.
Flight level 290.
United States departures, get 80, set 2 Gulf.
Alright, so you'll be there for 1 week, and it's either Qantas or Air New Zealand. Cool, good luck, mates. I hope you have a safe and wonderful trip, and enjoy yourself, whatever you're off to do there in New Zealand. Just enjoy.
Velocity 48, contact ground 126.5.
Ground 125. 68, contact departures, good day. Departures, 6558.
Identified climb by 625,000.
Eventually at 10, thank you.
Center 132.35.
Oh my code here.
132.35, Jelly 490 south. You and him, so expect to be number.
Good.
Circular 40. Z519, bay 3, push back through. Z5, decimal 4.
Okay, Happy Mouse says I'm flying to Haneda on 11th August on SQ A380. Does Singapore Airlines fly its A380 to Tokyo Haneda? I thought they don't.
Now they're going to take you on the bay. Give way, taxi and hot shot.
Latam Airlines. Alright, Hunter says I was meant to fly the 777 from Brisbane to Auckland and then Auckland to Hawaii, but our visa was wrong and I'm not happy about missing my first flight on the 777. That would be a pain. That would literally be a pain to have that thing known, you know, like quite late in the journey, in the trip, that there were some visa issues, but hopefully everything goes well made for you. But yeah, don't worry, if you ever want to fly on a 777, we have still plenty of options. There's Cathay Pacific that does fly from Sydney, but from Brisbane, I do believe you all have some of the 777 services, right? If I'm not wrong. Oh, okay, yes, that is true, right? The ANA A380 is, but isn't the A380 in Japan only flying from Tokyo Narita to Hawaii, if I'm not wrong? Or is it something, because as far as I know, I had been there at Tokyo Haneda, but I didn't see any A380s, and one of our Japanese viewers did mention that the A380 is only used from Tokyo Narita, so we don't really see any A380s at Tokyo Haneda. What's the latest update on that one? Do they still fly them from Tokyo Haneda? Alright, Latam Airlines to Santiago. Oh, okay, Happy Mouse. Now I get what you say, because that is literally what we had done when we flew to Tokyo Haneda. So we took SQ222, which is the A380 service, Sydney to Singapore, and then onwards from Singapore Changi to Tokyo Haneda was the A350 of Singapore Airlines. So yeah, I'm guessing you're doing pretty much the same thing that we did. So good luck on that one.
Cross runway 34 left, so to 50, your number 1 to Qantas 330.
Plan Chile, 1025
Descend to flight level 130, killing 1908.
4838, clear direct for Golf.
Chile 810, passing 1000, climbing 5000.
Eventually 810 heavy departures identified. Climb by seat to flight level 140.
Climb by seat to 140 Chile 810.
And Delta, hold your Golf.
All right, 12:26 p.m. at this very moment.
For Delta, give way to dash 8 on Charlie, taxi and hop runway 25.
Hey Hunter, yeah, so from what I know and what I've seen is the A380s fly only from Tokyo Narita but not Haneda, unless they have made a change. But yeah, that is the reason why when I was at Tokyo Narita and I was flying out from Tokyo Narita, I had to do everything possible in my power, even if it was boarding the aircraft a bit late, that I had to get a glimpse of the orange turtle livery of All Nippon Airways A380. That is for the very fact because we could not spot any of it at Tokyo Haneda Airport. And as far as I know, that is what they say. And you know, one of our Japanese viewers told us that the A380 services are only from Tokyo Narita, to and from Tokyo Narita, but nothing at Tokyo Haneda.
32.35. 13235, fueling 908.
Customer climbing 5000.
Someone direct by heavy departures identified, crossing the coast, cancel speed restrictions.
Customer coast cancel speed, 0104.
Check 104 down across runway 2, hold short here. Customer 25, hold secure. Give it a dash 8, down the taxi, hold short runway 25. Reposition bay 2 corners left, Republic.
Hey, yes, Hunter. So that is the thing with Tokyo Narita. I would say with any new any new recent airport in any of the world's cities, you will almost always end up with an airport very far away from the city. Look at what has happened in Sydney, right? Why is it so? Because there's no space. The only space is here that we see the water. But, you know, reclaiming land, getting all stuff done is way too cost prohibitive. And it's always good to get a new airport, because even if it was done out here in Sydney, the curfews would still apply, right? But at the same time, we have Western Sydney Airport, which is far off from the city. Look at Mumbai, India, the very same thing. The second airport, far away from the city. Look at Dubai International, the second airport, far away from the city. And the same thing has happened with Tokyo as well. Tokyo Haneda, right bang in the center. Of course, not exactly the CBD, but it's so close to anything and everything. But Tokyo Narita, it's not even in the same prefecture as Tokyo. In fact, a lot of people, they do not know, you know, people fly in and out of Tokyo very many times, but a lot of people don't know Tokyo Narita is not exactly in the Tokyo prefecture, it's in Chiba prefecture. And again, because that is the only thing, getting space. And how many of you even know this thing about Tokyo Narita, that there are two small pastures of agricultural land right in between the taxiways, and you know that farmer did not give up his land. In Tokyo you can't really force people, and in Japan, sorry. And what they did is, for the farmer, they created an underground sort of way, so the farmer every single day he uses that underground way to come to his land, and he says he's never going to give up on that land. So that's one of the things. But yeah, Tokyo Narita is pretty far, very, very far. Same thing with a lot of other world airports that's happening everywhere else. Hey, good morning, Kimmy. Good very morning. Kimmy is asking us, did I miss the arrival or departure of any Cebu Pacific and Philippine Airlines flights? Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. We captured Philippine Airlines PR212 that departed in the morning about 10:41. That is just a little less than 2 hours ago. And we had Cebu Pacific that departed to Manila just about half an hour ago. So yeah, indeed, you happen to miss out both of those Philippine brother carriers from here for today, sadly. But yeah, we captured both of them departing. We did not capture them arriving because we came slightly bit later today, later than usual at the airport. But for the most part, yeah, you happen to miss out on that. But stay tuned, we have a very rare A340 coming in. They'll be departing, and I mean, nothing really beats an A340 considering the fact you hardly ever see it. It's only going to be our second time ever an A340 on our YouTube live stream out here. However, having said that, Kimmy, hope you're doing well and having a great start to Sunday. Hey Hunter, yes, I do know quite a lot of people have reservations around flying to Western Sydney Airport, right? Because the only other way as of now that you can travel to when you have all your luggage is either via taxi or your own private car. Sadly, that's the truth. Of course, you know, the government is getting the metro and stuff done so that they can get a good linkage. But we do have the M12, but we were there less than 48 hours ago at Western Sydney Airport, and it was my first time. I have to give it up to Western Sydney for the way they have made the airport and all. We just posted a very short video because we did not plan it, so whatever we could capture, we did capture towards the end of the day, and it was getting dark. But they have made a wonderful airport. However, it remains to be seen how all of the other transport options come together, be it buses, be it trains, be it the metro. It's only when you have those connectivity, the public transport connectivity, is when, you know, Western Sydney Airport will make more sense to a lot of people. But for now, yes, I do understand a lot of people have that reservation about flying in and out of Western Sydney, considering the fact it's quite far, right? All right, you wouldn't even fly to Cebu, is it? Okay, I did not know much about Cebu, so yeah. AirTrack Solutions says, I missed the previous. What reason for not flying to Western Sydney? All right, so AirTrack, the only thing is, yeah, like you know, Hunter did mention that it's too far from the city, but that is what I was trying to say, that now, considering the fact that we already have the M12 motorway that's opened up here for Sydney siders, and in the coming years and stuff, we will be having all of that thing, you know, whether it be trains, buses and all. It's going to take a time, you know, all of these things require a lot of investment. Of course, the airport itself had quite a bit of investment and all, but you know, with more airlines coming in, we will be getting, in fact, we already have, Jetstar has committed and New Zealand has committed to start operations to Auckland from 26th of October. That is just one day after Western Sydney Airport opens to the public. Then we do have Singapore Airlines that has committed to a daily service to Singapore just 5 minutes prior to midnight. So we'll be having quite a lot of that. As more airlines come in, there will be that push on the government. Of course, the government is already trying to do whatever they can, but you know, when more airlines come in and vice versa, people get a really good deal on tickets, and that's when they'll realize that yeah, it's working well. But we have to give it up for the design, for the architecture, for the modern feel of Western Sydney Airport. It looks beautiful. And hopefully it's going to be just as beautiful to travel from Western Sydney. I'm a fan of it. Hey Dean, hello, good afternoon. Dean says, sorry I can't stay, very busy today. Wanted to drop a like and say hello. We'll watch the replay later. Can't wait to see the A340. Have a great day everyone. Thank you very much, Dean. Woo! look at that. Thanks, Dean, for sending 10 gift memberships. Really appreciate it. Really appreciate it. And congrats to all who have received your 1 month membership on Sydney Airways. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, if you do not know Ozplanes, that is Dean from Ozplanes. Dean streams live to YouTube, and he has some really great visuals. I do believe it's the hard work, and Dean has some really good camera work out there, so go have a look. Dean did stream earlier this week, that is, I believe, on a Friday, as well as Dean did mention that they will be streaming yet again this coming Friday, so go have a look, check them out. Thank you very much, Dean, as well. Thank you so very much. Really appreciate it. And hopefully we can get that A340 out here.
Columbus 649, stand by.
Yes, Hunter, that is true. The cargo operations have already begun, and with that cargo operations, there's a lot of studying still going on about how to make things better. They are already in the preparatory phase as such. So yeah, go check them out. I enjoyed Western Sydney. Of course, apart from the distance, there's a lot that Western Sydney has to prove for itself, with the airlines coming and whatnot. It's not going to be easy. It's going to take time. Any new airport anywhere in the world, you say, whether it's out here, it's in Middle East, it's in Asia, America, any new airport will take quite a lot of time to gain that traction. And considering the fact that at this very stage, there's not much of public transport options, yeah, Western Sydney will take a bit of time, but as Western Sydney gets new airlines, as the government gets all of that public transport fixed up, it's going to work cohesively, both of the things coming in together. And eventually, let's say, you've got to give Western Sydney at least about 2 to 3 years time, and as more of those airlines come in, it's going to be a totally different thing. So let us wait and see. But I have to vouch for M12. The M12 looked wonderful on the day we went there less than 48 hours ago. It was super wonderful. You have to give it up to them for that. Alright, the Indo AvGeek says, hey, my friend Roy texted me to watch the stream because his in-flight Wi-Fi can only watch movies and do text messages. Yes, the Indo, that is the thing, because, in-flight Wi-Fi, unless you have the Starlink Wi-Fi, you can't really be streaming or watching movies or anything as such, watching YouTube. But I do know for flights such as Qatar and Emirates, when you connect to Starlink, you can just watch YouTube and watch your movies and whatever it is, just the way you do on ground. So yeah, until that time, it's going to take a while. I do know Singapore Airlines will be retrofitting all of its planes slowly and steadily with Starlink, but come in a few years, I think it's going to be a common thing. But having said that, thank you very much to Roy, and thank you very much, Indo, for coming out here. Hey, Craig says, I live around the corner from Western Sydney, and it's going to be very inconvenient even for me. Sydney will be the best option for most people. Yes, Craig, I understand, because let's say you've got to travel somewhere. Do you have choices the moment Western Sydney opens up? No, you don't, right? Because there's not very many airlines. However, having said that, like I was saying, we've got to give Western Sydney maybe 2-3 years, because that's when, airlines will be like, oh, okay, there's transport options, there is connectivity options, as well as at the same time there is domestic transfer options or whatever. When all those things, get set up nice and well for airlines, that is when airlines will give it a second thought and be like, oh, righty, now we will be launching our flights out here. Now, having said that, one may ask, why did Singapore Airlines even commit to a daily service? Because we all know, even out here in Sydney and the whole of Australia, Singapore Airlines is the largest non-Australian operator out of Australia, right, as well as here in Sydney. So it makes sense for them. They really want to capture the market. They are like, trying to play the long game as such, but at the same time, they have deep pockets. When they have deep pockets, you can do it. You won't be surprised someday when Emirates may just be like, we are flying our 777s out there to Western Sydney. So yeah, it is just a matter of time when you see those Middle Eastern carriers. And I tell you, when you have those announcements from the Middle Eastern carriers like Emirates, Qatar, or even Etihad, when they say that they are going to be flying their planes out here, I tell you, that is the day when the other airlines will take note, because the Middle Eastern ones, they do have deep pockets too, and they will do anything to get that share of the market. We all know Qatar Airways wanted to fly more flights to Sydney, but back then during COVID and because of all that happened, they did not get those rights. That does not mean they are not going to get it this time. They have already been given an approval. It's just that they have not announced their flights. So only time will tell. And when they do announce those flights, you know what's going to happen. So it's a game of wait and watch. But like I said, at this very stage, I'm not going to deny it's a lot more inconvenient for people. But as time progresses, maybe give it 2 years, 3 years, Western Sydney will really show what it has to offer. And considering the fact there's no curfew, that is another thing. How many times I have been overseas, and then I would have to arrive here in Sydney about a day earlier, just for the very fact that I cannot time my trips to the point where I arrive in the morning, or maybe arrive late night and then in the morning I go to work. Usually when I go overseas, that is what I do. I will try to get my trips sorted in such a way where I don't waste much time, sleeping and all. Yeah, I can always do it the following night, but I always will try to time it in such a way where I don't have to spend like one day of my holiday wasted just because I don't get a flight. So those are the things. Yes, there are cons as of now, but eventually as time passes, we will be seeing the better part of Western Sydney. Hunter, will we be there to capture their first flight? Hunter, what we are thinking is we may not be there to capture their first flight, because the first flight will be Jetstar. I think they are going to Gold Coast on the opening day. But for the most part, I really don't think we will be there on the day. That is October 25th, Sunday. And it's going to be a busy day with, a lot of things here and there. I have no idea, but I'm not going to say no. But at the same time, I wouldn't really able to say yes, because I'm not really convinced enough that I would be on that very day, considering the fact there will be a lot of people around and whatnot. We just don't really want to commit to it, because if we do commit, then we've got to go there. So let us see. There's still a bit of time. Maybe we can let you know more towards maybe beginning of October or something. But yeah, for now we don't really have plans as such. All right. A.SFC says AirX on their way. This is for the second time ever on our channel, AirX, and even the first time it was AirX with the A340. Hunter Shield says it'll take at least till 2050 to get the airport on full swing and for it to be busier than the old one. Yeah, not too sure about that, because they say by 2065 they will be having the second runway up and operational and handling about 84 million passengers or something. But let's see how it works out. Yeah, Sydney has the potential, but as we all know, the night curfews have impacted quite a bit, in the sense like, if you're going to be studying aviation and you look at all the details, yes, it's quite a bit that has affected Sydney in that sense. All right, hey, runway A340 taxiing. Yes, let us capture them. We should be able to see them shortly. Super Dad says, I was a little early calling out the jet with hair dryers and had switched on its transmitter. Here we are 3 hours later and she's now taxiing out. Yeah, let us get that hair dryer. I'm going to dry. What do I dry? My hair is not wet anymore. But yeah, thank you so much, and thank you everyone for joining us. Let us capture the A340 hair dryers and hair wetters. Let's get that one. A321 Great Barrier Reef. Yes, we did have them on screen. Great Barrier Reef. Thank you very much. And Hunter says, sorry for texting so much. I was doing something. Didn't know you had any red comment. No. We did none. Not a problem. Nothing to apologize, mates. Not a problem at all. We love when people comment and let us know about their thoughts. And it makes for a great conversation, right? Like you saw like how we commented. So we don't have anything against anyone who doesn't want to fly through Western Sydney, and at the same time, It's not that we are against Sydney Airport or whatever. But the only thing is, what I'm trying to point out is, from all the world cities that I've been to so many places, and wherever you see the second airport, the most recent airport, they almost always happen to be out of the city. In fact, you can look at Dubai. Dubai has the Dubai World Central Airport. At this very moment, they are just using it for cargo operations. Of course, they got delayed quite a bit because of COVID. But having said that, even Dubai World Central is quite far from the main city that we have at Dubai International Airport. Dubai International Airport is situated at Al Garood, which is quite bang on, like the center spot for people from all across Dubai. It's so much easier. But if you're going to go to Dubai World Central, it is very far. And having said that, same thing for any other airport. In Mumbai, you go over there, same thing. You look at New York JFK and New York Liberty. What is it? Very same thing, right? And how about Melbourne Avalon and Melbourne Tullamarine? Same thing. So yes, it takes a bit of time. With Sydney, yes, it's going to take a lot more convincing, a lot more work, because the very fact that Sydney siders are so used to Sydney Airport being so close to the city, just about 8 kilometers from the CBD. It's going to take a lot of convincing. It's going to take a lot of that work by the government, by the airlines, to get us onto that one. So yeah. Hey Hunter, the A340, we should say that it is a rare plane, because we never really see an A340 here, right? Now this is a special occasion, that's why we have the A340 out here on screen. But how often do we see it? Not really. We don't really see them. So that is a thing that we need to consider. Hunter Shield says Doha has abandoned the airport. Really? I don't really think so, because Doha Hamad International Airport, they are doing quite well, and as well as I've seen them operating. They are like center point for everything else in the world. Middle Eastern carriers, like I said, deep pockets. They'll be doing whatever, and it is only a matter of time. But let us see how things work out. I'm actually excited for whatever the development in Western Sydney, because I have seen it being built. I've seen it, I've heard about it since the time they did not even break ground at the place. And for me to have followed that progress of the airport, it means quite a lot. And having said that, being part of aviation is a totally different thing. So yes, we want the memories, we want everything, and hopefully we can get that for all of us.
770 on Lima, cross from 4 left, or taxi holding point out 4 left.
All right, all eyes, ears and hands on the A340. AirX registered as 9H-BIG. What a wonderful registration, 9H-BIG, 9H-BIG. And they are 25 years old, December of 2000. Wow. But no one would ever say it's a 25-year-old plane.
Crossing the coast, cancel please, just 570.
Oh, okay. I don't know about the old one. I thought Hunter, I thought what you were saying is they are not using the new one. I was like, really? Because I just see them coming in all the time. Like, oh, what's really happening? But yeah, with the old one, I have really no idea. Because again, I'm not really following Doha so much, but I do follow Dubai International Airport, Dubai World Central Airport. Those are the things I do follow. If you would have noticed, a lot of cargo planes that come into Sydney from Dubai, they actually depart from Dubai World Central. Hunter says my dad was the site manager for the guys building the runway. Ooh, how good is that? Thanks for letting us know. I'm pretty sure your dad would have had some wonderful stories around that one, right? Like how things went with the construction of the runway and stuff like that. Great to know, Matt. Great to know. Thank you very much for sharing all of this with us. And there we have AirX Sydney to where? Hong Kong is what our viewers say. Regardless, let us capture the A340, the A340 300. Hey Hunter, yes, we just got asked earlier as well, but you know, with going to the car park, like I said, the car park, the parking rates are very exorbitant, and for the very fact that we have a volume of streams and stuff that we do, we keep coming to the airport every time. Even if we aren't streaming, we will be filming or something that way. And if you are just having a chill day, we don't do anything. So going to the car park every time could be a bit expensive, but then we did have Runway tell us that they park at McDonald's and then go across. So that's something we'll give it a go in the near future. That is AX for us, history in the making. Wow, what a prize. What a prize today for just streaming out here. Oh, Indo, thank you very much for your question. But yeah, unfortunately now we won't be able to film until Roy arrives at Jakarta, because you know Jakarta, the flight is still going to take quite some time, right? So nah, sadly we won't be at that stage. But yeah, hopefully we can capture Roy's arrival if Roy is arriving one of the weekends out here in Sydney. Maybe then we can try capturing Roy's arrival back into Sydney if that is something he would like. But having said that, yeah, I don't think we will be here for too long, you know, because even we are going on breaks and stuff like that. But if we are around here in Sydney, the weather is good, then yeah, sure. But yeah, unfortunately we will not be streaming until he arrives in Jakarta, because you know it's I think little over 4.5 hours since we started streaming, and yeah, we would be off because we are already starving, waiting for some nice lunch. It's going to take a while. Hey Hunter, for the A340, you would see, you know, earlier when you didn't have any other aircraft options as such, the A340 was a workhorse. Quite a lot of airlines had it. You know, South African used to fly it out here to Sydney. Talk about Lufthansa. You know, Lufthansa has taken all of the planes, made it a success for them, whether it be the 747, the A340s. They know how to do it. But then at the same time, you know, having said that, the plane in itself will not be a failure, because you know the best case study, the best modern case study is for an A380. Look at what has happened with Thai Airways, with Etihad, and quite a lot of other airlines, right? So what really happened is they got the A380s, but then they did not get very many of them. So what has happened is with the A380 requiring, you know, specialized knowledge and all the engineers and stuff like that, training costs were quite a thing, and you know, spare parts and all that. But look at Emirates, how they've made it work out well. Emirates was lucky enough that geographically they are positioned like, you know, center of the earth, where you can fly from anywhere to anywhere and still you're totally fine. And that is how they built their network on. And you know, they went quite well. But for the very fact that they purchased so many of that A380s with a nice vision that this is how they will support the network building, and they did it quite well. And you know, what really pays off is economies of scale. They got so many of the A380s. Servicing, yes, earlier was quite expensive, because as you learn something, it's going to take some time. But as time passed, you saw what really happened is their servicing cost for the A380 came down, because by then now they have so many experts working on the A380, it's not a thing for them. Now, having said that, this does not mean other airlines flying the A380 are making a loss or something, but yeah, definitely it is hurting the pocket. So with the A380s, you really need to be having a minimum of 80% capacity, and at the same time, you've got to have deep pockets. Earlier this year in February, when I was traveling to Tokyo Haneda, I took Singapore Airlines A380 SQ222 from Sydney to Singapore, and then Singapore to Tokyo Haneda on their A350. I did not fly. I flew in February. It was not a holiday season and nothing at all. So what really happened is, the flight on a weekday, it was not even, I think, 60% full, I would say. So you can understand, but Singapore Airlines has deep pockets. They can continue that service because they know when it's holiday season, when it's summer season, for the most part, they can fill up that plane, and that's why they continue it. Not all airlines can do that, right? Not all airlines will want to fill up, like fly an A380 that's empty. Even 40% empty, that is quite a bit. So you see, that's the thing. It's a game of economics, fuel prices, people wanting to travel from one place to another, and especially how well you can fill up an A380. I'm pretty sure not a single airline would mind if they have to fly an A380 for a week, which is half empty. But if it's going to be a common occurrence about every other day, then then it gets them talking. It gets them to the drawing board once again, where they have to decide on what really needs to be done with their fleet. And same likewise, for the A340. Of course, the A340 was built in a different era altogether. When you compare it today, the A340 does not have fuel-efficient engines whatsoever. Like, let's say even about 20 years ago, the A340 did not have fuel-efficient engines. But here we are in 2026. So what I would say is, the A340, they did the work. They were a workhorse of quite a lot of airlines. But at this stage, with all of the fuel-efficient planes that we have, A350, the Boeing 787s, the A330-900s, it makes a lot of sense, when we see them as one of the relics as such. But for those who traveled on an A340, they know, and they do feel that it's quite iconic for them. Just like, for me, an A380, if I ever got to know that this is the last time I'll ever see an A380 flying in life, I'll be very sad about it, because I have seen the A380 since I was a kid, being developed and all that thing. So it's a different story. All right, Hunter says, could I come down and spot with you next time I am in Sydney? Of course, you can come say hi to us and stuff like that. Yes, it would be great. It would be great if we could share some lovely aviation stories and stuff like that. It would be nice. Yeah, so do let us know when you are around. And having said that, yes, we usually stream on the weekends or whatever, but for the most part, sometimes we are not here even on the weekend. Like last weekend, we were not here because we were doing a 24-hour out and in. We went to Singapore Changi and got back within 24 hours. So yeah, but for the most part, happy to meet you, Hunter, and hopefully we can share some lovely aviation stories and news and whatever the current happenings out here in aviation or anywhere across in the world.
North Bay 8, push approved Bay 5, 22.
Yellow Bravo, push back tail east.
Push back approved, Yellow Bravo.
Change 75, cross runway 25, taxi by Golf 330.
All right, Hunter says, is Fiji Airways coming in soon? I haven't checked flight radar to see them. All right, I do see TR11, that is Scoot to Singapore Changi, that will be pushing back. Sydney to Dallas Fort Worth, Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner. Ooh. These days they are using the 787-9s. Okay, but I don't really see Fiji unless it's somewhere around the corner, and I haven't really paid much attention. Indo says, Roy's a green bubble on iMessage. What happened to his Wi-Fi? Probably the Wi-Fi is too slow because, planes as such, the Wi-Fi is not even like half the speed of what we get on 4G networks, let alone 5G. So I would just say, just wait and watch. But yeah, now that it's a green bubble, it's just going to stay a green bubble. Because connecting on Wi-Fi on planes, with the current generation of Wi-Fi, yes, it's quite a thing. But with the modern generation of Starlink, it's going to be wonderful. Yeah, no stress, Hunter. I'm pretty sure there's always something or other coming in Sydney. Not as rare as an A340, but still to capture people's attention. And at the same time, I do believe if there's a very special aircraft coming in, it's most likely going to be next year, April, that we know of, when we receive Qantas's A350 ULR, where that will arrive for the very first time here in Sydney as the flight that's been delivered to Qantas. So let us see how that one works out.
132.35, Keeling 4 Delta, go.
Indo says maybe because he's in the middle of the desert. Yeah, it could be, right? Because he'll literally be flying over Alice Springs, I believe, over the outback. But yeah, for the most part, I've used onboard Wi-Fi extensively, and I tell you, it's not really satisfying at all. Not at all. The only times I have really had very good experiences, I'm not talking about Starlink, okay? Like, we'll keep Starlink aside because Starlink gives you just as good of an experience that you would get at home. What I'm talking about is most of the legacy carriers and the legacy Wi-Fi. It's not the best. The only time is once when I was able to watch YouTube videos. Of course, it was a bit of buffering and all, but I was still able to successfully watch. Yet, it's not the most pleasant experience.
Yellow Bravo, instruction. Approach 135, base 19.
Ooh, look at who's in the house yet again. Haps. Hello, Haps. Welcome to the live stream, and thank you very much for the one gift membership. Thank you so very much.
This is traffic 5 miles south of you, operating in the area 3,600 unverified.
Thank you, and congrats to I don't know how to pronounce that, ITIG or ITIG 7516. Congrats to 7516 on receiving your 1 month membership. Yes, that is the thing, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. If you love watching us and would hope to get a gift membership, we do have Haps who regularly sends out gift membership. We have Dean from Ozplanes who regularly sends out gift membership. So switch on your allowing gift memberships on your profile so that the next time you could stand a chance to win a gift membership on our channel. And thank you very much, Haps. Really appreciate it. Nice to see you yet again out here on our stream.
Company on 25, cross runway 34 left, hold short.
Runway 34 left, hold short of Yankee, car 2.
943, cross runway hold short, Sierra.
Cross runway 25, hold short, Sierra. Z943. Heavy ground, g'day, 5, 3, bay 5.
23, I'm showing bay 10 if you check, let me short runway 25.
Trouble, 523.
Hold short, 0. 22, g'day.
5, cross runway 25, hold short, Sierra.
Confirm 25, hold short, Sierra, hold.
Okay, Hunter says a couple of months ago I've seen an A380 Emirates come taxi from being stowed away for like 4 months in Brisbane, and it pushed back a bit far and crashed into the fence. Is it? I did not know about that. I probably didn't even read the news. Probably it would have been on the news or whatever. But if it was pushed back a bit far, like, who's responsible for that? Was it the tug or whatever? But yeah, as long as, you know, everyone's safe and all, you can always be repairing a plane. You can always get those minor stuff done. Of course, in terms of planes, that thing is not minor. But as long as everyone's safe, no one's hurt, it's all good. But thanks for sharing that with us. Hopefully I can check out that news.
Cross runway 25, taxi. Went out 6, runway 34 left.
Cross 25, holding point out. Forward, 107. Good, 116.
Hello, Ace. Hello. So Hap says, hello, Shalanace. Thank you for your hard work on the 2 consecutive days of filming. Thank you very much. Thank you, Haps. In fact, thanks to all of you for making me feel motivated about it. Really appreciate it. Haps, you just happened to miss out an A340. We had Airx A340 that just departed. It departed with the Chelsea Football Club team. How good was that? Yeah, maybe you can just rewind and have a look. The timestamps would be somewhere around 12:53 onwards, if I'm not wrong. So, yeah. So, Hunter says, I was the tug. Do you mean to say you were the tug? Oh, it was the tug. Oh, okay. I do believe you would be saying, Hunter, that it was the tug, right? Yeah. Yeah, I was like, for a moment I got scared. I thought, did you say you were in the tug? Okay, good. Indo says, why do planes departing from Sydney make such a quick and sharp turn right after lifting off? I really have no idea about that, Indo, but definitely there has to be a reason for it. There is certainly a reason. If anyone out here knows it, please fill us in on this question. But it barely hit the fence. I don't know if it was on the news. Yeah, if it barely hit the fence and it wasn't much of a thing, I don't think it would be on the news, but pretty sure they would have inspected the whole flight and made a report of it and sent it across to Brisbane Airport in the list of incidents, as well as a copy to Emirates. I'm pretty sure they would have had an inspection and got the engineers' approval to see if everything's fine and if they can go on for their flight, because in aviation nothing is taken lightheartedly, and they would rather not risk doing that, because you don't really want anything going wrong with an A380, right? Because as long as people are happy, as long as, even if they are delayed, people are happy, they reach their destination safely, there's nothing more that you can ask for. Yeah, Hunter. Yeah, good to know. Thank you very much. In fact, for one moment I was like, when it was like I was the tug, I got scared, and then I recollected that, oh, okay, it could probably be a typo. It's all good with that. Hey, Daniel, once again, good morning. Wishing you a very, very good morning. Yes, Habs, Sydney 17 degrees when we came out here. I think it was about 12 at 8:30 in the morning. We started off quite late, but good to know that, we are still going strong. And yes, Hunter, imagine it was me, mate. I'm telling you, if it was you, I would be scared. I was like, what was the reaction of your manager? What happened? But yes, Hunter, without a doubt, they would inspect anything. So let's just say the plane even touches something, they would be inspecting. Because plane parts are fragile. As we see them, they may look nice and sturdy and whatnot. Yes, they are, but they are never really meant to be touching anything else apart from air, right? And yeah, definitely they would have inspected it quite well, and it wouldn't just be a visual inspection and saying, oh, everything seems to be fine, there's no dents and whatnot. They would have literally been using their laser, I don't know what that thing is called. They do have a thing where when you use that machine, it shows you whether there's any deviation from the manufacturer's shapes and stuff like that, and it goes well. Then it's like a foolproof method. Yes, Hunter, God forbid we do not want anything happening to an A380. I mean, in fact, not any other aircraft, but then, the toll on an A380 could be much more devastating than on any other aircraft. And for the very fact that, aviation is so safe is because we have learned from the past. We've learned from all the things that have happened in the past, and hopefully that stays always the same. Hey, Indo. So yes, we actually spot from the Shep's Mound more than over here. In fact, we came yesterday and today over here after 2 months. For the most part, we are almost always at the Shep's Mound. Almost always. It's only yesterday and today that we are here. Just for a change, actually. But yeah, we love being at the Shep's Mound. Because at the Shep's Mound, you get to see what's happening at the terminal too. And a lot of our viewers told us that they would love to see it. And I remember there was one viewer who specifically told us to go out there, and we had planned it accordingly, and we did it as well. Hap says, Spirit of Kangaroo. That is Spirit of Australia. Spirit of Australia, Qantas, yes. Hunter says, yeah, I might be buying a retired Air France A320 emergency exit door from a plane parts scrapper. Wow. How good is that? What do you plan on doing with that emergency exit door? Do you plan to keep it on display at home or something? Or are you going to make it as part of your furniture or anything as such? What exactly do you plan to do? And how much would that cost? I believe it would be quite an expensive thing, right? Because plane spare parts, they don't go cheap. Alright, AirTrack says I've been to Shep's Mound only once, but would dearly love to get back there soon. Yes, mates, please try and give it a crack, because Shep's Mound, nothing really beats it. A lot of people love going there. Hunter, Scoot is flying to Singapore Changi, that is TR11. There's another Scoot that arrives later in the evening as TR14, and about an hour and a half later they fly back to Singapore as TR15. Yes, Indo, you should be at Shep's Mound. You know, out of all the plane spotting places, Shep's Mound beats it all. But that is not to say other places don't have great views. They have great views, but then it is individual preference. Considering the fact that today, runway 34 is being used. From Shep's Mound, you cannot see the beginning of the takeoff roll, but you can see the aircraft rotating. Now, having said that, if you are over here when runway 16 is being in use, you cannot see touchdowns, but you can just happen to see a bit of rotations when the takeoff happens. So it just depends on which day, what's happening, and the weather and all those sort of things. You know, a lot of variables to it. Hap says, Scoot, the mustard of Heinz. Oh man, I never really thought of it, but now it makes sense. Oh really? Just 600 US dollars or Australian? But even if it was 600 US, I'm guessing it's still reasonable, right? It's like I'm fine with 600. And I'm going to make it so it can open and close it. Sorry, I didn't get you on that. So I'm guessing what you were saying is you're going to try making it as one part of your furniture, so that the emergency exit door is part of an opening closing thing or something.
Identified by 140. 140 corner.
Alright, that is Scoot TR11. Sydney Airport Terminal 1 to Singapore Changi Airport Terminal 1. Scoot. Okay, 600 Australian dollars. Yeah, that is reasonable, I would say. But I'm glad you can do that. It would be wonderful, you know, having a nice piece of a real plane out there at home, and would have quite a lot of memories for you.
Company enter runway 34 left, short runway 25. Contact departures here. What it was.
Okay, not part of the furniture. Like, so I can open it and close, like have it on display as a semi-working one. Okay, cool, that's good. Maybe a nice piece of display for you then. You know, and it's going to be a great talking point when someone walks in, when one of your mate walks in, and they'll be like, hey, what's that? I only know that this is part of a plane. and you know you'll be having so much of those stories around. So great work on that one. Congrats.
What's 41 ground top runway 25.
Runway 280, what's the name, please?
Hey Hunter, yes, this is the very same runway that goes over the tunnel. The thing is, I cannot show you because, you know, just behind us out here somewhere is that tunnel, but you'll able to see it on our other live stream. So if you go to our live stream from last Thursday, you'll able to see the road that goes from below the runway. If you go to our live stream from last Thursday and onwards, just yesterday's one and today's one, you won't able to see it because we are out here. But if you go to all of the previous ones, you'll able to see that part of it.
Killing 123 Delta, taxi up.
Single 1,700, climbing 5,000. Substitute departures identified, cancel speed and level restrictions, maintain 5,000 traffic flow.
Cancel speed and level restrictions, maintain 5,000, climb 522. Okay, clear.
South, killing 123 Delta ready. Killing 123 Delta, Sydney Tower.
Alrighty, Malaysia Airlines A330-900.
Stage 120, runway 34 left, cleared for takeoff.
MH122. We saw them arriving earlier today. I think about 2 hours ago, if I'm not mistaken. Let me check that. What time did they arrive? Ooh, not even 2 hours ago. They arrived at 9:36. Wow, that is about 4 hours ago. Why is it on hold for you? Do they have some sort of regulations around it that they need to fulfill prior to selling it off?
Identified, HNL 1028.
1028, actually, true.
Car 2, company from Bravo 4, enter runway 3 left, cross runway 0725.
Hey Hunter, any flights to the Sunshine Coast? I don't really think so at this very moment. As far as I know, I don't really see any as such. Let's check out the departure list. Departures. Nah. Nothing. We just have it to Gold Coast, but nothing to Sunshine Coast. Nothing. So we had quite a lot of people come out here to capture the A340. They did that and now they are off, done and dusted. But we are still here to capture more of that aviation action. Oh my goodness, is that the case? I can totally understand why they would be having it, because you know, with the type of threats and all that is being received against aviation anywhere in the world, I would understand why they would. But yeah, let us hope, you know. It's like there's nothing wrong that you're doing, so eventually it is going to get cleared off. So I think it's only a matter of time before you end up getting it. Oh yeah, been quite tired now. Almost 5 hours since we started off. Alrighty, Sydney to Griffith, the Dash 8 400.
525, route town.
Clear to push and town off. 525. Flight 1280, got a 522. 1.5, this is fine.
Just 800, hold short, runway 25.
What's the next rarest thing departing? Sadly, my answer would be nothing at all, mates. Nothing, because now we have just all the usual aircraft. There is nothing that is rare as such. Yeah, nice smoke.
Queuing 123 Delta sign, heading left 30. Runway 34 left away. 1,700, climbing 5,000. 528 departures identified, cancel speed restrictions. Cancel speed, 528.
Get them. 5 taxi,
Any A380 today? We had quite a lot of it, Hunter, to start with, to begin with, and we'll be having a bit of A380 departure later in the day as well, but not too sure if we will be getting it, because I think by then we will have finished off the live stream. I'm still flawless. Hello, I'm still flawless. When did the A340 fly in? The A340 flew in a couple of days ago. Sadly, we were not part of capturing its arrival out here in Sydney. But we did capture its departure around half an hour ago. Thanks for that. But yeah, sadly, I don't really know the exact date when the A340 did fly into Sydney.
Yeah, hold short, runway 34 left.
Alright, Sydney to Santiago service queue F27 on the Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner.
Just 800, as cross runway 34 left, taxi Alpha. Alpha 6, runway 34 left.
Through 1,700 kilometres, 3,000. King 123 Delta departure, identified, climb up to 5,000. Climb up to 5,000, healing 123 Delta. Climb 528, contact tag for cancel this view. King to Canada, climb up on level 280. Climb on level 280, climb 5,000.
Hey Hunter, I was going to say no, but then I just recollected this Anzac Day. We had a flyover on runway 25, and just behind me is the old ATC tower. There was one of the guys who came and he saw us that we were streaming. He did tell us that there will be a flight past at 9:30, and spot on, exactly at 9:30 there was one of those Air Force planes that did pass through in front of us. Yeah, that is the only ever time I saw one in Sydney. For the most part, like I always say, we do not really get much of those special aircraft, especially, we would consider even a military one a special one if they were out here at Sydney Airport. But now, sadly, we did not get anything else apart from the one on April 25th, which, as you know, is Anzac Day, and that is the reason it was a specially coordinated fly past here at Sydney Airport. Oh really? Even the smallest aircraft look huge. Yeah, that is something I would really want to experience more in detail, because that fly past went so soon, so fast, there was not much I could do.
35, cross runway 25, hold.
Helicopter X-ray Whiskey Zulu overhead on south, correspond to southbound. X-ray Whiskey Zulu, equipment 105 southbound.
And we can see in the background the cargo ship, all of its containers. Eduardo, hello Eduardo, hello everyone out there in the chat from, how do we pronounce that, Carteret, New Jersey, USA. Hello Eduardo, hello, good evening. I do believe the time out there is 11:26 p.m. on Saturday night, if I'm not wrong. How are you? Hoping you're having a great weekend, Eduardo. Thank you very much for joining us all the way here in Sydney. Nice to have you here on our stream. Appreciate it.
LT1593, good day, descend, fly the start of flight level 250. Start of flight level 250, LT1593. Heading 335, runway 34 left, good. Roger, start heading 335, just Qantas start 27.
Good day, 438 Delta.
Killing Delta City Charlie, good day. Push back.
No worries, Eduardo, no problem at all. Thank you very much. Really appreciate you joining us from the United States of America. Hunter says, I've seen the KC-30A. It landed in Sunshine Coast before and it went inside. And I went inside and you saw the flight deck. Wow. Did you click pictures? I'm guessing those will be your most prized possessions, right? Like with those pictures. It's too hard for someone to have a real look at it, but for someone to go inside and get pictures, totally different thing. Hey Andrew says Fiji on the move. Easy, let us capture Fiji as well, as they do go past in front of us. The service to Santiago, we already had one service to Santiago on LATAM Airlines, and now we have Qantas.
438 Delta.
That was a nice one.
White Virgin inbound from Bravo, taxi Bravo 10, runway 348.
Northwest other 10. 27, Archer Shep. 130. Close, Central 130, something 1593. Back 60. 27 Heavy is passing 1,500 on the heading of 335, climbing 5,000. 27 Heavy to 5,000.
That's very nice, Hunter. I would have loved to go inside and have a look. So let's see. Let's see someday if we do get the opportunity. That's the Dash 8 that just arrived. Lucky to capture it. Okay, Hunter, you said you wanted to see Fiji. You wanted to see Fiji, like what, the place, or Fiji Airlines? If you want to see Fiji's A350, yes, we'll capture it for you. But if it's Fiji, then I do hope you can go someday and visit them. Hunter is asking us, can you fly to San Diego? So like, when you say San Diego, are you talking about San Diego, California? If that is what you're asking, we did plan to go to San Francisco, which is not too far away from San Diego, you know, in terms of air travel. But yeah, this year we were supposed to go to San Diego this year, August, because, you know, summertime in the United States, stuff like that. But because of the war, we were caught out without having tickets booked, and that did mean that we were faced with the prospect of booking very expensive tickets, and that's the reason we cancelled it. But having said that, it's still on our mind. We will go to San Francisco, but San Diego, now we didn't really think of it, because San Diego, though it's a busy airport and all, it doesn't really get as many flights as, let's say, Los Angeles or San Francisco, and that's the reason we have not really thought of it. But this is not to say that San Diego is not a good airport. It is indeed a wonderful one. Oh, okay, airlines, yeah, cool. We'll get it for you as they taxi past in front of us.
Just start. Contact departures, yeah.
Sydney to Hong Kong, we have a freighter Australia Post, and then Sydney to Nadi on the A350-900, registered as DQFAJ. We've captured it very many times on our channel. November of 2019 is when it was delivered. Yeah, let us see. Let us capture both of those aircraft for our lovely viewers. Oh, okay, you were saying San Diego. Yeah, San Diego is not something we thought of. But maybe the least what we could do is go to San Diego and yeah, maybe we could just get some images and maybe film some videos, but you know, nothing more than a live stream, because getting a live stream from there would be quite a task. When I say a task, it's possible anyway, but then if we aren't getting a lot of those planes, the viewers will get bored, and that is not what we want to do. But otherwise, you know, we don't really mind going to different places. But having said all of that, the only thing that stops us, I tell you, is the time needed. We don't really get much time at all. And I've mentioned this very many times on our live streams that there'll be quite a lot of things that we want to do, but we don't end up doing it because of the lack of time.
Contact departures on 1184. 184 just
Oh, sorry. So, Hunter, are you asking me about Santiago, that is Santiago in Chile? Or are you asking me about San Diego in California? If you're asking me about San Diego in California, no, you cannot fly directly. You cannot. The closest that you can get to San Diego from here in Sydney is you'll have to fly one of the very many options that we have, American, Delta and Qantas to Los Angeles, as well as United, or you can fly United to San Francisco and then connect onwards to San Diego. But if you are asking me about Santiago in Chile, then yes, you can fly on Qantas that we just saw fly across. That was the 787, as well as you can fly on LATAM. So yeah, depending on which one we were exactly talking about, that's the thing. SKP-14, I don't know what that is. Did you see it across or something? Or maybe just on the banner? If you're talking about the one on the banner, I think I have seen it quite many times. Maybe something that's out there but not really moving.
I think it's 340. Jet 66, left head 230, past 1,400, climb 3,000. Correct, Jet 66, departures identified, climb by the tip at 5,000. Climb by the tip at 5,000, 68, 66.
Okay, so Haps says, I've traveled south from Los Angeles using Surf Amtrak in the past. Surf Amtrak. I'm glad you traveled on Amtrak, Haps, because I would love to. Never really done it. Hopefully we'll do it someday. Okay, there you go. Hunter has said San Diego, America. Yeah, there is literally no way you can fly direct from Sydney to San Diego in California. There's no way. You have to fly to either San Francisco on United or one of the very many options from Qantas, American, Delta, as well as United to Los Angeles, California, and then connect onwards. But yeah, no direct flight to San Diego, California from Sydney.
7525 heavy Sydney car.
Yeah, on the banner, yes. That's the one we've been seeing for quite some time. I think it's just maybe a fix that has to work out on the banner by the original guys doing it. But yeah, for the most part, nah. That is Fiji. They'll be departing from runway 34 right, I believe. Hunter says, love to see the cargo. Yes, it was wonderful. We'll get to see their takeoff roll. That will be nice. Hap says 3-hour ride from Los Angeles to San Francisco. Did you mean San Francisco? Yeah, right. Yeah, 3-hour ride is pretty good. I would love to give it a go someday. Haps is using the fiery hot emoji. Is it hot today in Japan? Haps? Okay, not San Francisco, San Diego. Cool, cool. Thank you very much for confirming. Alright, there you go with the cargo plane. Happy Mouse, have you flown on Hong Kong Express? No, I haven't. I have not. In fact, I have not flown on any Hong Kong carrier except for Cathay Pacific. I would love to try actually different airlines. In fact, we are going to be traveling on All Nippon Airways for the very first time this year.
On runway 25, cross runway left, Boeing Golf 161.
Alrighty, there they are. So much of noise.
Yes, 786, cross runway and hold short here.
Hold short here, just 786. Flight cancel speed restrictions. Climb at 6,000.
Okay, we do have a comment from Kimmy. Kimmy is asking us, have you had your lunch already? No, Kimmy, we haven't, because we came here, we started streaming just a little before 8:30 a.m. in the morning. And since then, we are right here behind the camera. It's been a wonderful day, a wonderful start, and we are pretty starving actually, I would say. I would love to have KFC, but I'm not too sure if I have KFC, then maybe I may not fit into my car the next time because I may put on so much weight. This is not to say that KFC is unhealthy. It's just like I've been putting on way too much weight in the last few months. But let's see. Maybe we'll just stream for a bit more and then we should be out and about. You know, we already got our main aircraft, that is A340, a very rare aircraft, and I'm glad we could have captured it here on the stream, created history by documenting it, and yeah, won't be too long before we are done and dusted. And Hunter is just sharing, my dad flew Wingsa in Bali and he saw guys smoking in the cargo hold while flying in the air. Really? Wow, how long ago was that? That would have been dangerous, right? And what was the next point of action? Was action taken against the guy, or was it just left to whatever it was? I mean, that would have been crazy risky as well for the guy to do that. Yeah, right. It's actually funny, but that's how it is. You end up getting fat for whatever reason, have all the food and all. But
I climb the flight level 2, sir.
19-0, I get it.
Hunter says you should contact Sydney Airport and try go airside. Yeah, unfortunately, that is not something we are even thinking of because, you know, Sydney Airport is quite strict with its permissions allowing someone airside and things like that. But then even after that, it's quite a bit of a headache to carry around all of your equipment as such. You know, we have so much of equipment here. Our batteries itself weigh somewhere around 7 kgs, and that does not include the battery that we have at home, which is another big huge one. That itself, single battery is, I think, 7.8 kg. So it could be very impractical for us to be carrying around a lot of that equipment unless we go like, you know, fully mobile setup as such, but even then it's going to be a bit too hard for us. Yeah, Hunter Shield says Bali don't care, it was like a group of workers. Yeah, sad. I hope they don't encourage that, because that is not something we would want to see anywhere in the world, in the aviation field as such. Okay, we can still see Fiji, its tail. They will be turning around and then passing by. We're able to see them having rotated and ascending into the sky. Alright, Kimi says, okay, grab KFC then. Okay, if Kimi says grab KFC, then we should. Let us just do it after the stream. Not too sure how long we will be streaming for, but I can tell you for sure it's not going to be too long from now. All right, Andrew, of course, Fiji goes to the 3rd runway. Lol. Yeah, you know why? Because we have captured Fiji Airways A350 very many times on runway 34 left, and we've got some really good captures out of it. So today we were a bit of a thing when it went that side, but that's okay. You know, sometimes it just happens. Airport operations, whatever works for the most, for the efficiency, I would say.
Services are terminated. Contact Sydney Centre 12455. Melbourne Centre 1250.
Call company inbound to 887.
Cubic 909. Expect approach quarter 594.
527, company pushing up taxi.
Quarter 5, thanks.
You can't see the Fiji. I will show you where it is. Oh, where exactly is it? Even I can't see it. Okay, I spotted it, but can't spot it on camera. There you go.
Link 1668, sending flight level 290.
And then we see a tail of Jetstar as well, ever so slightly moving, just like a shark in the water. Yeah, we'll get a very good look of Fiji as they are out and about in the air.
Charlie, hold short, remain 5.
Charlie, hold short, 5 with the
There you are, Fiji Airways emerges. And they've rotated, and there you are. Now we get a very clear view of them.
Maintain 5,000, cancel speed restrictions. Speeds maintain 5,000, Fiji 910. Qantas 447, contact Melbourne Centre 1250. Kilo 40 taxi via runway 07.
Hunter says, Air India is so rough, I flew it before. I think if you have flown on their older planes, then yes, I would agree. They were quite outdated. They were not maintained very well, sadly. There's no doubt about it. It's very widely known by everyone all across the world. However, with their new planes coming in, the A350-900s, the A350-1000, I do believe they have about 25 of each on order. It's going to take some time, and just recently we saw it when Singapore Airlines released their quarter results. You know, Singapore Airlines has a 25% stake in Air India. So yeah, it does seem to be Air India is going to take much more longer for its turnaround, but you know, sending good wishes to them. Hopefully everything goes well, and hopefully their new planes will be so much more better than the usual older ones. As well as, you know, the older ones are going to go for complete refurbishment, I do believe, from end of this year onwards. Alright, that's Fiji Airway out and about. Roy has just finished his lunch now, says the Indo. Cool. Thank you, Happy Mouse. Yeah, we hope we can keep you entertained, and we've entertained you for whatever time you were around here. Really appreciate it. Thank you very, very much. Hunter says, yeah, the design is so good. Yeah. Hopefully everything goes well. Let's see how it works. Yeah, Hunter, they had broken screens. The screens that were working wouldn't really work at all. Like, you know, the buttons, you just can't control it. There's been quite a bit of it. In fact, I have traveled on Air India's Boeing 787-8 Dreamliner back in 2019 from Sydney to Delhi. And I wouldn't say it was an experience for me to remember or think of. Not the best in any way. But this is not to say that I'm being critical of Air India. I do see them doing quite a bit in terms of their fleet upgradation, getting the new A350s, their 787s, and you have to give it up to them. If everything goes right, they may be one of those turnaround stories with great success. You know, very few airlines have managed to do that, but I'm pretty sure Air India will be able to do it, considering the fact that they are going to be going for the whole refurbishment of all their existing aircraft, be getting the new heavies, and then expanding into the United States, Europe, and hopefully we may end up seeing them having a flight from Western Sydney. It does make a lot of sense for them having a flight from Western Sydney in the very near future. Let us see how they eventually plan it out to be. It's not going to be easy to compete from Western Sydney no matter what.
Fiji 19,
Hello Nguyen, hello, welcome back. Hope you're having a great Sunday. Thank you very much for joining us, Nguyen. It reminds me of the 737, but yeah, I understand, you know, at certain stage, and I think this is the case with airlines. It always happens this way because you have so many aircraft. Those aircraft are doing multiple trips a day. It's hard to maintain it well, and when you do take it out, you've got to put it back into service pretty soon. So it's a hard work to maintain all of those IFS screens, or let's say even the seat, maybe a screw or something has come off for your recliner. It's going to be a tough call, you know. We have everything on spare parts on hand, but getting the time to do it is a totally different thing altogether.
Cathay 100 basic, push back through.
Right, we see a kite.
Fiji 19.
Cathay 100, push back through.
100, stand by just short delay.
Roger, 46, taxi hold short runway.
Flag stuff on a follow 120.
I tell you, Hunter, so the thing is, you know, with the software, there really needs to be something, not only with Qantas, but maybe all the other airlines. I would really love when they use a software that matches what we tend to use on our phones or something. Because what happens is, the world right now, they are so used to smartphones using computers that are so fast and snappy, and then you hop onto one of the airlines, you start using the IFE screens, and you see they are so laggy, they don't respond the way you should, because, you know, touch screens are meant to be intuitive. They're meant to be intuitive not only to the way they operate, but to the way how the human mind perceives. Because the very fact that if you see today's generation all across, you know, whether it's maybe a teen, or maybe it's a 60, 65 or even 70 or 80-year-old adult. Everyone these days, most of them, they are used to smartphones, they are used to computers, and that is the intuitivity that is required with those screens on board. Because what happens is, most airlines will have that software done and dusted for their entertainment screen, but it is not even remotely connecting with what the world experiences in terms of their other devices, be it a phone, your tablet, your computer, whatever. So that is the thing why we all find it laggy, and not in a good way, right? There's literally no way. So unless that is something that happens, it may be that we continue to see that lagginess throughout.
Delta, do you have enough room with company pushing up 18?
Coming 439 Delta.
Coming 4 Delta, taxi hold short, runway 25.
Hold short 25, coming 430.
1041, base 4, push back through. Flight 32, cross runway 25, hold short 0.
Cross 25 short, corner 537.
Taxi hold short, Bravo.
Miles south of the box. Top from Quebec, thanks. You cleared to climb over water at 1 mile south to 10,000. 559 line up 3. Scott 25, holding point Bravo, runway 34 left, Quebec 439. Ground today, Connor 738, Bay 1.
Connor 738, runway 25, taxi Bay 1.
Runway 55, taxi Bay, Connor 738. Yeah. Nine, 34 left.
947, cross runway.
Oh, Haps, I want to have that Tim Tam now. It's been a while since I last had Tim Tams, but now since you sent it, I want to have Tim Tams. I'm already so hungry. I would love to.
Delta information, Delta info.
235 Delta taxi, runway 25.
Alright, so company go Delta. Victor Boxes, good day.
Vantage, bye.
Ciao, good day, killing 439 Delta.
Killing 439 Delta, time. Afternoon, assign heading of left 230, call left 50 takeoff.
Well, heading left 230, 34 left, takeoff, 439. Got through base leases at the... Obviously, 59 departure identified, climb level 229,000.
Wow.
229,025.
That was a long arrival that we got of Jetstar. A long final, I should say. Right, a Sydney to Canberra service. QLK 1439 on the dash 8.
Doing 35 across runway 25, hold short Sierra.
Connor 0, heavy information, Delta, first taxi.
Connor 041, taxi Alpha and hold short runway 25. 0409, again, taxi hold short.
You know, contact departures on 1184. 407. 8 over, leave the line. Rolling line, thank you, Justification Control Service to terminate frequency change approach.
Taxi and hold short of runway 25.
Rolling line, thank you, clear. Delta departure identified, climb by the tip at 5,000. Climb by the 5,000, chilling 439 Delta. Scottish 594, passing 1,900, climb to 5,000.
Number 041 on Alpha, runway 25 and taxi holding point 6, runway 34 left. Cross runway 25, hold short 10.
Runway 25, hold short of runway 10, 469.
749, cross from 25 and taxi to the bay.
Thank you, mate. Congratulations.
Sitting on taxi, hold short, Bravo.
I'll be able to give you any further descents for about 3 minutes until you clear that parachuting. Kingsford, clear direct to band, climb to flight level 280. Cancel seat, track direct band,
Wow.
flight level 240.
What a departure.
Climb flight 94, flight level 280. Level 280, quarters 5 down to 4.
And Qantas is A330-200. Sydney to Jakarta service. I think after this service we will call it a day. We'll be done and dusted. The last heavy departure for today.
Runway 34 left.
But I already see Cathay Pacific pushing back. So maybe we'll capture Cathay Pacific and then be done and dusted for the day.
Landing at left 230, hold for left.
21 heavy tail going.
Hey Hunter, welcome back. Welcome. Very warm welcome back to you, mates. We are almost at the tail end of the live stream. We will be capturing Sydney to Hong Kong service on the Boeing 777-300ER of Cathay Pacific, that is CX-100. And once that is done, we will be out and about. Yeah, we were not supposed to capture it, but then we thought we'll just do it. Our last plane was supposed to be the Jakarta service, but yeah, that's for now.
contact Brisbane Centre 13235. 13235, quarter 594.
Cross runway 25, taxi to bay.
1028.
Whoa, where's the dash 8? Here you are.
Cathay 100, taxi via Yankee.
Okay, Cathay Pacific isn't moving, so we'll not pay much attention to them. Let us just capture Qantas's service to Jakarta. I do believe it is QF41, yes. And once that's done, it should be out and about. Hello, Hunter, hello. No, Hunter, you did not miss any of the A380s. At least for now, we did not have any A380 departure. There will be a A380 departure just a little before 3 of Singapore Airlines. They push back about 2:50 p.m. but we will not be by then. Alright, Hunter says do Cathay Pacific. Let us see if they are moving. If they are moving, yeah, we don't really mind doing it. Okay, they are moving. Cool. Let's do Cathay Pacific for you, Hunter. And once Cathay Pacific is done, we will be out and about, and it will be end of another great stream for today. In fact, yeah, just before we end, and you know, we do get the last departure for the day, just wanted to say thanks to each and every one of you for your support. For the support, time and motivation, I should say, because it would never be possible without you all, right? Like, had you not been watching streams, we would not be coming out here and sharing it with you all. Of course, we would come here to have a look at planes because we love aviation, but it's only because each and every one of you love watching us is why we feel motivated to do even more.
About 38, EU5, wind at 020 degrees, 5,000.
Another Jakarta service that is on Qantas.
449 Sydney ground, there's 2 inbound.
Yes, Cathay has good food, no doubt about that. The catering is good, but you know, the wild consensus is catering out of Sydney has always been a bit of a hit and miss, which I do believe a lot of caterers right now, you know, the airlines have gone back to caterers and provided that feedback, and it seems to be it's improving. We have to give them time as well, just like anything else in life, and I do hope they can come out quite well. So yeah, for the most part, you know, with the meals, people usually will be like, oh, it's bad and all, but sadly what really happened is a lot of airlines knew about it and they were providing feedback, but nothing was happening. But I think in the recent past we have seen quite a lot of changes. So yeah, we'll give them a bit more time, and hopefully, you know, all airlines will have some wonderful feedback from their customers very soon. Hunter, you're the third person to say that to us, that you love the Dash 8 Q400. Yeah, quite a lot of people love it, and we get to see a lot of them when we are at Shep's Mound because they taxi right in front of us.
Also, 45 sitting down, taxi, runway 25 and hold short of dump.
Okay, you are Cathay Pacific CX 100. Hey Hunter, the next rush is in about an hour's time, I would say, when there's British Airways that will be departing. Then there's also Qantas's A380 and stuff like that. So yeah, the next rush is just in about an hour's time, but that rush does not stay too long. If you want to see that prolonged rush, then it is in the evening, let's say somewhere around 7:30, 8 o'clock, 9, the power hour as such. So you'll be able to see. Yes, this 777-300ER.
Sure, runway 34 left at runway 25 121.
Yeah, you can have a jet ski, and you see those yellow buoys over there, you see down, you see this? that's kept at a distance of 200 meters away from the rocks. You cannot cross that. If you do cross, the police will intercept you. And we've seen a case of that happening. There was once a guy, they did happen to turn around that boy. I'm not too sure whether they were unaware or what really happened, but yeah, very pretty soon there were the police that came on the boat from that side, and they intercepted him and they had a chat with him, a pretty lengthy chat on, and I think it was for quite some time. Yeah, they didn't arrest him or something, but I'm pretty sure they would have got a very stern warning for that. You can't be going past those boys, and that is the very reason they are there. They're on both sides of the runways. You know, the runway 34 right, which is on the extreme end of Botany Bay, they're out there as well, so you can't really do that. Good morning, Philodoros. Good morning from Athens, Greece. Thank you for streaming. I used to fly there by Olympic Airways. Ooh, yeah, back in the good old days, Olympic Airways, yeah. That is very nice. But thank you very much, Philo, for joining us. We are almost at the tail end of the stream. We've been streaming for like a little less than 6 hours. And yeah, I would love to see you, Philo, on our next stream. You know, we've been streaming from morning. I do believe at that time it would have been night time for you in Athens. But thank you very much for joining. And thanks for sharing with us about Olympic Airways. You see, no one really mentioned it to us. But now that you mentioned, it brings back those memories, those pictures. I have never really flown on them. I have only ever seen pictures of planes and stuff. But thanks for letting us know. Hey, Hunter, with that comment, right? The thing is, with all of the airlines, you will see it. And this is another point of discussion where we have had this discussion very many times with a lot of different viewers. And you know what the thing is? Eventually we have come to realize, and I've observed it as well, each of the airline, they have their strong market routes and the weak ones. Usually the weak ones are where you end up getting the negative experience. But yeah, for the most strong ones, it's a different thing. Like, you know, for Qantas, we do know they are quite strong when they fly to the United States, Singapore, and the European countries such as Rome to Rome to Perth and stuff like that. But yes, it's sad that you would have come across such a thing. However, yeah, give them a chance, maybe give them a second chance, and hopefully. The reason why I say is because we are always positive. In fact, you know, there have been times I've had like very unfavorable experiences traveling on certain airlines, but give them a second chance. And when I gave them a second chance, yeah, it was totally different. So I would just say it's one of those bad days for the staff, or maybe something that way. But unless it's something of a repeated occurrence, I would not really say it, but it's totally fine. You know, each one has a separate experience and stuff like that. So that's how it is. Yes, Hunter, British Airways does come to Sydney, but then they don't come directly. They fly from London Heathrow to Singapore Changi. And then from Singapore Changi, they get a fresh set of crew, passengers, unless any of those passengers are traveling direct from London to Sydney. And yeah, that's how it is. Likewise, they depart from here and they will be going to Singapore Changi, getting a fresh set of crew, passengers, as well as the passengers who are traveling all the way to London. They will be deboarding the plane, and then, you know, after the cleaning and all, they'll be getting back on again. So that's how things work out here. Yeah, having said that, why is that? Because the Boeing 787 does not have the capacity, the fuel capacity to travel all the way to London on a single flight. And that is the reason why you would have seen last week we had Project Sunrise test flight, the flight that departed from Melbourne, Australia to Toulouse, and it flew eastward onwards, like, you know, flying over the United States and onwards, because they were testing it. So they wanted to know what best flight envelope and its limits are, and glad to see that they flew for 24 hours and 24 minutes. And that is why next year there will be Sydney to London service direct without any stop whatsoever. So yeah, it is just technical limitations. There are no planes at this very moment that can fly that route directly. However, having said that, this brings us to the close of the stream. I want to thank each and every one of you who have joined us today. Thank you to all our lovely members, especially channel members such as Supersonic member, that is Miss Aussie Thunder. Thank you very much to our member Haps, who has joined us kindly from the time we went to Japan and we went crazy out there. Thank you very much, Hunter. Really appreciate it. Thanks to each and every one of you. Thanks to Dean for sending across those 10 gift memberships. Thanks to Haps for sending 1 gift membership. Really appreciate it. Congratulations to each and every one of you who have got our channel membership. We hope we can keep you entertained. This is Sydney Airways, 2nd of August 2026, 20 minutes past 2 in the afternoon. Have a lovely day. And yeah, Hunter, you're saying memory to me is Tiger Air. Someone else mentioned it to us as well. And yeah, sadly, it is not something that we have traveled on or even got a chance to see one of their planes, because we would have been too little by then. But yeah, having said that, thank you to each and every one of you. We really hope you're going to have a great time, a great rest of the Sunday, and a great week ahead. Stay tuned with us. There will be a lot of action coming in from here at Sydney Airport, Western Sydney Airport. We'll be bringing all of that to all of you. Thank you very much once again. Have a lovely day. Have a lovely time. Enjoy, and see you pretty soon.